Thank you, Rabbi Black. Always a good way to start the day. The Pledge of Allegiance this morning will be led by Jasmine Bowker from Michael John Elementary in Arvada and Athena Bowker from Wayne Carl Middle School in Westminster.
Please stand and join us for the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Kohler, please take the roll. Representative Becker. Buck. Representative Buck. You want to guys take a picture? Here, come on. Representative Buck. Absent. Buckner. Conti. Quorum. Court. DELGROSSO. Excused. Door. Where? Absent. Someone said that they saw him. Yeah. Absent. Duran. Everett. Absent. Exum. Yeah. Fields. Fisher. Foote. Garcia. Gardner. Giroux. Janal. Representative Dorr is present. Hamner. Holbert. Okay. Holbert. Excused. Hollinghorst. Humphrey. Joshi. Representative Joshi. Kagan. Krafttharp. Labuda. Representative Labuda. Landgraf. Lawrence. Lebsock. Representative Lebsock. Absent. Lee. May. McCann. McLaughlin. McNulty is excused. Melton. Mitch Bush. Moreno. Murray. Navarro. Nordberg. Pabon. Peniston. Pedersen. Primavera. Priola. Rankin. Rosenthal. Ryden. Same. Salazar. Schaefer. Scott. Singer. Sonnenberg. Stevens. Swam. Representative Swam. Absent. Zabo. Tyler. Vigil. Waller. Williams. Wilson. Wright. Young. Speaker Ferrandino. No, but she's excused. There's Lebsock. What? With 64 members. Thank you, Mr. Cole. With 60 members present, 4 excused and 1 absent, a quorum is present. Representative Sane. Is Representative Sane available? How about Representative Murray? Are you standing right there? Would you like to do the journal? Oh, here comes Representative Sane.
Mr. Speaker, I move to dispense with the reading of the journal forever,
Yesterday,
as of yesterday,
as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
as recommended by the Chief Clerk.
You've heard the kind of proper motion. We'll assume it was the proper motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Oh my God, the ayes actually really do have it. Representative Sane wins one. The motion is passed. Announcements and introductions. Representative Rosenthal.
Mr. Speaker, members, live long and prosper.
Oh, don't start that now.
So we're going to organize a Star Trek caucus, not Amy and myself, but just myself.
Representative Stevens, you mean?
Anybody else is welcome to come at 12:45 today at conference room 112. But in the theme of world peace, though, Representative Stevens and myself were organizing this celebration of Colorado Sister Cities, and it's April 2nd from 8 to 9:15 in the Rotunda area of the Capitol. We have some special guests and performers and some food as well, and hopefully you can come.
I think the great thing about this
Representative Stevens.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. The good thing about Sister Cities is it's a wonderful cultural understanding. There's going to be a Chinese lion dance. We have a number of people coming, and I just think the day is going to represent just a really wonderful understanding. And so I urge all of you to come. Paul and I will be coming up here every week to remind you that it's certainly April 2nd, starting at 8 a.m.
And
Representative
members,
Rosenthal.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize for not asking for permission to speak. In any event, so what we're also going to do is, if you all are interested in supporting the occasion, with just a few dollars, we do have to support the lion dancers and the food. So, if all of you give a few bucks, that would be great.
We'll pass the envelope.
We'll be passing around an envelope shortly. Thank you very much for your time and your support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Representative Duran. Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if I could have your attention in the well, this is something that's really quite remarkable. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the photograph be displayed. Members, I really need your attention. This is important. This is going to make your day. There we go. There we go.
It's a little,
there we
need
go.
to focus
There we
out
go.
a
Now
little
move it over. Now go back down to the name again, please. Yeah, you missed the name. This is the
Having
best
trouble.
part. There she is. There she is!
Representative Duran.
Oh, all I can say is God is playing a very interesting trick on me.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker. I was enjoying it. I didn't know I was so insulting. I'm still happy.
Representative Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whereas cuts are generally deplorable, none more deplorable than the Speaker's cut of his beard. Whereas his husband thinks he was better looking with the beard, I move that the House require that the Speaker regrow his beard.
That motion's out of order. Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I could have your attention, please, everyone. We have a distinguished school group with us, a group of nurse practitioner students From Regis University, Sandra Jones, Emma Agru, Hannah Cook, Kim Carell, and Jacqueline Henkes from Regis University Nurse Practitioner Program. Giveaway. Thank you.
Representative Gardner, we'll just say $2. Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Rural Caucus will be meeting today at noon, room 107 in the basement, discussing oil, gas, and energy issues out in rural Colorado. Everyone's welcome to join, and lunch will be provided for the caucus members that show up.
Representative Kraft-Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, I'd like to welcome today the true heroes of our day-to-day lives, our service workers, our fast food workers, our healthcare workers, our property managers. Please welcome today the members of SEIU. Thank you.
Representative Joshi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. I just want to introduce, I have a friend, a teacher, and an artist, Ben Hamill. He is sitting in the very first chair over there, and you will see him making some sketches today. So he is going to kind of make some sketches of you, and maybe some of you can stop by later on and see him. And I just wanted to make sure. You might think somebody is here from NSA making notes, but he is an artist. So welcome him.
Thank you, Representative Joshi. Further, Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please help me welcome 42 students from my alma mater, Adams City High School, right here in the gallery. Welcome.
Madam Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to remind you all that tonight is the Farmers Insurance Reception at the Brown Palace, 5 p.m. to 7 in the Ellington Room, and they hope you all will be there.
Further announcements and introductions. Seeing none. Representative Tyler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. I'd like to ask for a moment of special privilege.
Representative Tyler will be granted a moment of personal privilege. Members, can we have your attention?
Yesterday afternoon, somebody with a rap sheet as long as your arm started a spree with stealing a car with a 4-year-old in it and driving down the road, stealing another car. And after that, the State Patrol was there trying to stop this person in a high-speed chase. This person ran into Trooper Bellamon He, seriously injuring him. Bell, as I know him, is a state trooper, a pretty remarkable man. I've sat and talked with him in a living room about retirement, about what it is to be a state patrol officer, and I got a lot of respect for him for the duty that he performs and how he keeps us all safe and how important that is. He's an active person and a constituent of mine, comes to town halls, contributes to the community in volunteer ways, and does so much to help us and protect us. And to be run over by this kind of a person with this long a rap sheet is a real tragedy. But that's what state troopers do for us every day. And I'd like this body to consider and honor Bellamon He, who is out of the hospital now and at home resting with some, pretty darn painful injuries after protecting us, the people of Colorado, in a professional and a very brave way to try to stop this man who started his day by stealing a car with a 4-year-old in it. Thank you for honoring Bellamon He, Trooper He. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hall. We will proceed to our first order of business, third reading of bills, final passage. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to House Bill 1284.
House Bill 1284, by Representatives Tyler and Quorum, also Senator Todd, concerning registration with the Department of Revenue of distinguished license plates issued to members of the Colorado General Assembly.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the adoption of House Bill 1284 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the question for the House is the passage of House Bill 1284 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Gardner. Close the machine. With 45 aye votes, 17 no votes, 2 excused, and 1 absent, House Bill 1284 is passed. Co-sponsors. Close the machine. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 142.
Senate Bill 142 by Senator Schwartz, also Representative Fisher, concerning exemption for certain water system facilities from the facilities the Commissioner of Agriculture has a duty to inspect regarding pesticide storage.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the adoption of Senate Bill 142 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the question for the House is the passage of Senate Bill 142 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representatives Buckner, Landgraf, and close the machine. With 61 aye votes, 2 no votes, 1 excused, and 1 absent, House Senate Bill 142 is passed. Co-sponsors. Close the machine. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to Senate Bill 149.
Senate Bill 149 by Senator Johnson, also Representative Young, concerning the minimum standards that a private occupational school must satisfy before being issued a certificate of approval to operate in Colorado.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the adoption of Senate Bill 149 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the question for the House is the passage of Senate Bill 149 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Gardner and McCann. Close the machine. With 60 aye votes, 3 no votes, 1 excused, and 1 absent, Senate Bill 149 is passed. Co-sponsors. Close the machine. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to House Bill 1277.
House Bill 1277, Representative Milton, also Senator Todd, concerning eligibility requirements for recipients of grants from the Military Family Relief Fund.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the adoption of House Bill 1277 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the question for the House is the passage of House Bill 1277 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Buck. Close the machine. With 61 aye votes, 2 no votes, 1 excused, and 1 absent, House Bill 1277 is passed. Co-sponsors. Close the machine. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to Senate Bill 63.
Senate Bill 63 by Senator Marble, also Representative Stain and Williams, concerning the mandatory review of existing executive branch agency rules conducted by each principal department.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the adoption of Senate Bill 63 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the question for the House is the passage of Senate Bill 63 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative DELGROSSO. Close the machine. With 63 aye votes, 0 no votes, 1 excused, and 1 absent, Senate Bill 63 is passed. Co-sponsors. Close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House proceed out of order for consideration of HJR 1011 and HJR 1012.
Seeing no objection, the House will proceed out of order for consideration of HJR 1011, then HJR 1012. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to HJR 1011.
House Joint Resolution 1011 by Representative Stevens, also Senator Aguilar, concerning the rights of people with cognitive disabilities to technology and information access.
Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move HJR 141011 and ask that it be read at length.
Whereas 28 million United States citizens have cognitive disabilities such as intellectual disability, severe persistent mental illness, brain injury, stroke, and neurodegenerative disorders such as Alzheimer's disease. And whereas people with cognitive disabilities are entitled to inclusion in our democratic society under federal laws such as the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990, the Developmental Disabilities Assistance and Bill of Rights Act of 2000, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, as well as under state and local laws. And whereas the convergence of computing and communication technologies has substantially altered how people acquire, utilize, and disseminate knowledge and information. And whereas access to comprehensible information and usable communication technologies is necessary for all people in our society, particularly for people with cognitive disabilities, to promote self-determination and to engage meaningfully in major aspects of life, such as education, health promotion, employment, recreation, and civic participation. And whereas the vast majority of people with cognitive disabilities have limited or no access to comprehensible information and usable communication technologies. And whereas people with cognitive disabilities must have access to commercially available devices and software that incorporate principles of universal design such as flexibility and ease of use for all. And whereas technology and information access by people with cognitive disabilities must be guided by standards and best practices such as personalization and compatibility across devices and platforms and through the application of innovations including automated and predictive technologies. And whereas security and privacy must be assured and managed to protect civil rights and personal dignity of people with cognitive disabilities. And whereas enhanced public and private funding is urgently required to allow people with cognitive disabilities to utilize technology and access information as a natural consequence of their right to inclusion in our society. And whereas ensuring access to technology and information for the 28 million people with cognitive disabilities in the United States will create new markets and employment opportunities, decrease dependency on public services, reduce healthcare costs, and improve the independence, productivity, and quality of life for people with cognitive disabilities. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 69th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we hereby affirm our commitment to equal rights for people with cognitive disabilities to technology and information access, and we call for implementation of these rights with deliberate speed. Be it further resolved that copies of this joint resolution shall be delivered to Governor John Hickenlooper and the Colorado Congressional Delegation.
Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you may sit down. And thank you. On each of your desks, you will have this resolution. It's done in nice form. Members, the reason why this is so important is Colorado is the first state, actually, to run this resolution, to make this an issue that I believe we all need to really stand for. In the 21st century, Coloradans and all Americans hold jobs, we grocery shop, we do all kinds of things that we so take for granted. And frankly, what this resolution does is say that people with disability should have access to the technology that allows them to live better, to live more free, to live with more opportunity. The other thing is that when we ensure access to technology and information, we create new markets and jobs for those who are disabled. We decrease the dependency on public service. We reduce healthcare costs. We improve the quality of life for all people. And that's something I know that this body deeply cares about. Access to information and technology is a gateway to including people with cognitive disabilities in our global community. And you and I know that that's gaining ground every day, unfortunately. And we have wounded warriors in our vast military community who need access to technology. And also, they seek nothing more, they deserve nothing less. We need to be there for them. Today, Mr. Speaker, we have people that are here from our disability community who we will introduce later, should anyone else like to speak to this. But I want to thank them for being here today, and I also want to thank them for the work that they do. It's so vital, it's so important, and I just think it's an incredible honor for Colorado to be the first state to actually call for this. And I understand that there's other nations and that we have people around the world who are calling for this. But I think it's groundbreaking that it's our state. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, if anyone else would like to speak to this, and then we can introduce them later. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to taking a voice vote? Seeing none, we'll proceed in that matter. All those in favor of HJR 1011 say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. HJR 1011 is passed. Representative Stevens.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today with us.
Would you like to
Yes,
move
Mr. Speaker, I move that the roll call be added as co-sponsors to this.
Thank you. Seeing no objection to the current roll call, made the co-sponsors of HJR 1011. Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, members, we have David Irvin with us, we have Shay Tanis, we have Mark Emery, we have David Braddock, and we have Enid Ablowitz here with us. If you would stand and say hello to our body, we appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Stevens. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to HJR 1012.
House Joint Resolution 1012 by Representatives Melton and Moreno, also Senator Ulibarri, concerning a federal minimum wage increase and in connection therewith urging the United States Congress to act.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask that HJR 1012 be read at length.
Could you please move?
I move HJR 1012 and ask to be read at length.
Whereas the federal minimum wage was established through the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 in response to the Great Depression to ensure that workers earned enough to pay for necessities and minimum monthly expenses. And whereas since then the cost of living has steadily increased while the federal minimum wage has generally remained stagnant. And whereas Congress has only raised the minimum wage twice in the past 20 years. And whereas the federal minimum wage, adjusted for inflation, has declined from its peak of $10.72 in 1968 to $7.25 today, a 33% decrease in purchasing power. And whereas under the current minimum wage, it is possible to work full-time and still be under the minimum federal poverty line. And whereas it is virtually impossible for a minimum wage worker to afford a two-bedroom apartment in any state while working a 40-hour week. And whereas raising the federal minimum wage would decrease American dependency on public assistance programs such as Section 8 housing vouchers and food stamps in order to pay for living expenses and raising families. And whereas the majority of those who would benefit from a minimum wage increase are full-time workers who are supporting their families in moderate to low-income households. And whereas increasing the minimum wage would immediately boost the wages of about 15 million low-income workers. And whereas raising the federal minimum wage is projected to significantly boost the economy at large by increasing purchasing power of workers, thereby increasing the United States gross domestic product. And whereas, in 2006, Colorado voters decisively voted to approve Initiative 42, which raised the state minimum wage and tied it to inflation in order to preserve the purchasing power of Colorado workers and help ensure that they can support themselves and their families. And whereas, Colorado raised the minimum wage in 2011 and 2012 over the federal minimum, which contributed to a decrease in the unemployment rate from 8.73% to 7.2% during that 2-year period. And whereas several other states have notably raised their minimum wages during times of high unemployment, including Washington, Oregon, Ohio, and Arizona, and those states all experienced decreases of at least 1.5% in unemployment during the same 2-year period. And whereas raising the minimum wage not only will stimulate the economy, but will also lift millions of Americans out of poverty. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 69th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the Colorado General Assembly, urge and request members of Congress to increase the federal minimum wage and thereafter tie it to inflation to help ensure that hardworking Americans can earn a fair wage and afford to care for their families. Be it further resolved that a copy of this joint resolution be transmitted to the President of the United States, the Vice President of the United States, the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, the President pro tempore of the United States Senate, the majority and minority leaders of the United States House of Representatives and Senate, and the majority and minority whips of the United States House of Representatives and Senate.
Representative Melton, sorry. It's looking that way.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, please be seated. Thank you so much for allowing us to present this resolution and send a message that Colorado is really and truthfully behind working families and making sure that working families are able to make a wage in order to support their families and in order to overcome many of the challenges that they face because of rising inflation and rising costs of living. As it was said in the resolution, we can have people that are working 40 hours a week under minimum wage and still be living under the poverty line. And that to me just seems so adverse to supporting and to encouraging people to really get out and do all that they can, work a full day, and be able to come home and then be able to take care of their families, be able to provide for their families, make sure that their families are able to eat and have a roof over their heads, and then be able to progress forward. And so, even though in Colorado we have already raised the minimum wage above the federal limit, or the federal minimum, I think it's time that that all of Americans have a chance at having a fair and equal minimum wage. Here in Colorado, numbers that just stand out to me that would directly impact those who are making even just at the Colorado minimum wage, there are basically 269,000 people, and 141 of those that are right now living under the poverty line because the minimum wage is so low and has not kept up with inflation or the high cost of living. And so, members, I would encourage you to support this resolution and ask the federal government to increase our minimum wage. Let's give American families a fighting chance to truly succeed, especially those that do put in a 40-hour work week. Thank you.
Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's a pleasure to bring to you House Joint Resolution 1012 with my colleague, Representative Melton, to show our support and how important it is that working families have a chance, both in Colorado and in the United States. I think we can all recognize that families are struggling. They continue to struggle. As having been one of those people that have worked in a minimum wage job, I know what it's like to go to the gas station and not be able to fill up your tank all the way because you couldn't afford the gas. Those are the realities that our families face today. When I carried a bill last session around providing breakfast to kids in low-income schools, the reality is their parents likely work in minimum wage jobs. And that's why they qualify for free and reduced lunch. I serve on a board in Commerce City that provides access to health care for kids from impoverished families. And their families qualify for Medicaid, or even worse, can't afford any insurance at all because their families don't make enough money to be able to provide health care for their own family. It's time that we show our support. I think Colorado voters have continuously shown their support for making sure that families make a living wage, both through a vote in 2006 and through a recent poll that says 67% of Colorado voters support raising the minimum wage. It's time that this body also show our support for working families, and I would encourage your support for this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And colleagues, I rise in support of House Joint Resolution 141012 and want to thank Representative Moreno and Representative Melton for bringing this very important issue to us here in the Colorado State Legislature. We have many, many people out there who are working in service jobs that they work and they can't make ends meet. And these are full-time jobs, and we know these days it takes 2 incomes to make it, particularly even more so if you have children. And I believe that we need to support this. We need to get on board to make sure that working families can make a living to take care of themselves. A lot of times we think that, you know, the minimum wage, we tend to think of our kids, or we tend to think of young people making the minimum wage. But as I just said, there are adults, married adults out there who are trying to take care of their families, and minimum wages will help them. Another good thing that we need to think about is the minimum wage workers are predominantly adult women. 2/3 of the women workers who earn the minimum wage are female, and 90% of the wage workers are 20 years or older, and the average minimum wage worker is over 35 years old. So these are not just our youth. These are adults who are trying to take care of their families. So again, I want to thank Representative Melton and Representative Moreno for bringing this important resolution before us, and I ask you for your support.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to thank the sponsors for calling attention to the needs of struggling families in Colorado. We've argued that since day one. I know I talked about it in my opening day speech about helping struggling families. I know we've heard about it from the Speaker, and even the Governor, I think, talked about it. And I also want to thank the majority party for introducing HJR 1012 last night and then putting it on the floor today and asking for absolutely zero input from our caucus. We hear about how, gosh, we want to have bipartisanship here. We want to try to make it better for Colorados, but heck with those guys. We don't want to listen to what they have to say. And we will continue our path of ramming stuff through with absolute zero input from the other caucus. We heard just a few comments ago about struggling families and how they can't afford to pay for basic needs and necessities. And I can go down a path about how this body has maybe doubled their energy rates over the last 10 years. And so now they're paying twice as much to heat their homes. And so maybe they could have used that money to pay for some of their essential needs, but I won't go down that path. We could talk about how this body has doubled their car registration, and that is less money that they can spend on their basic needs now, and they're paying twice as much just to operate a vehicle to get to work. I could also bring up the fact about how we eliminated Cover Colorado, and I had 2 constituents come to me and say, Brian, I'm getting taken off of Cover Colorado, and you know what? I went on to that health exchange, and I'm going to pay $100 to $200 a month more for worse insurance. We want to talk about helping struggling families. This body passes stuff all the time to make it for those families that are struggling harder to pay their bills every day. And it's sad that we have to look at something here to say we have to pay them more money because we keep putting more burdens on those families. And so now we have to give them more money so they can pay for those extra burdens that we put on them. That is ridiculous. Yes, it costs more to provide for your family now than it did before. But that's because the cost of everything has gone up because of legislation that's not only passed here but passed at the federal level. Members, one of my main concerns about talking about raising the minimum wage is when we're talking about basic economics, Economics 101, labor is a cost to businesses. And when you raise the cost of something, you slow it down. You slow down the purchase of it. We've seen that we're going to raise the tax on cigarettes, and that's going to stop people from buying cigarettes, or at least slowing down the number of people that buy cigarettes. We've seen a lot of other things that we've had to try to raise the cost on, or we've tried to raise the cost on because we want to slow down the purchase of that product or disincentivize people from using that product. Members, labor and wages is a cost of doing business. That is an economic principle. That is reality. And when you raise that cost and you make it cost more, you incentivize businesses those that hire people to buy less of it. So we're trying to help those working families and those struggling families, but if you raise the cost of something and then businesses are buying less of it, there's going to be less people that are going to be employed as a result of that. And we actually hurt those that we're actually trying to help by this. Now, even as the speaker has said, these resolutions are a letter to Santa Claus. Republicans still would have liked to have some kind of a say in that letter to Santa Claus, as the speaker calls these. I think that if we're going to send something to Congress and we want to talk to them about the effects of raising minimum wage that it will have, I think we need to be honest with Congress. We need to be honest with the people of Colorado when we send something out and let them know all of the facts. Let them know all of the potential consequences, positively or negatively. There's arguments on both sides. But I think if we're going to send something out, we need to have all of that discussed. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move L001 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment is properly displayed. Please continue, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of this body. I might get blasted for springing this, but just like the majority party chose to last night in the dead of night drop this bill and then run it right away today without any notice, I'm repaying the favor. And since we're actually going to talk about being honest and talk about the effects, we will add something that says, whereas 50% of retailers and 44% of service firms said that they would reduce hiring if the federal minimum wage were increased to $10.10 an hour. I think if we're going to talk to Congress about the positives and negatives in this resolution, about what it could potentially do, it is fitting that we actually put all of the facts that are in there. And that's great that if we raise it to 10.10 for some people, but then if we lay off 20% of the hiring pool, there's a lot more people that no longer are employed. We need to be honest with Congress if we're going to send this. We need to be honest with the people of Colorado, what the potential effects could be. And I urge an aye vote for L001.
Representative Melton. It's the second time. Don't ask.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Minority Leader, first, I want to apologize if you felt like you didn't get enough input. And in terms of the amendment, I would ask for a no vote. In fact, I thought it was interesting, you brought up Economics 101, but I took macro and microeconomics. And so if you go a little bit further, you find that when you increase the minimum wage, when you give people more of a spending power, when you put more dollars into the hands of people that spend it into the economy, it means that you'll have a stronger economy. In fact, in Colorado, it was said in the resolution that being one of the states that increased the minimum wage above the federal minimum wage, we actually saw decreases in unemployment because companies were able to hire more. Businesses were able to do better. And I'm sorry that you think that people who are working hard for your business are just a labor cost, especially those members who are here with us from SEIU, that they're not here really to struggle, or that they're not working hard for their families, but that you just see them as a labor cost. I'm sorry for that. I am sorry for that. And so even though you're bringing this amendment up to the floor to add on to the resolution, which we actually never did actually specify increasing it to 10.10 in the original resolution, I would ask for a no vote, because I think that that goes against the true spirit and the true message of this resolution, which is that Colorado is going to stand up for working class families, that Colorado is going to ask the federal government to support those who are working 40 hours a week and living under a poverty level and unable to help deliver, and provide for their families. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Duran.
I'm the amendment sponsor. I should be able to get in there.
So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition of the amendment and in support of the resolution. You know, today we debate a lot of things down here, and there are different times where amendments come up and issues come up. And it was interesting to me to hear that from our minority leader that labor is a cost to business. Labor is an asset to business. When we think about all of the different businesses across the state of Colorado, including those places like Domino's Pizza, the individuals who are at the front desk taking your order, putting together the pizzas, putting together the work, and doing the service, that is an asset to business. It is an asset to the profit that is made by business in this state and in this country. And what has been amazing to me, that even in a place like Colorado, where we have fought so hard for economic opportunity and economic security for all, that the wealthiest 1% in Colorado accounted for most income growth. In fact, we are living in a time when the gap between the rich and the poor continues to widen each and every day. And as policymakers, we have to ask why. Why is that happening? Why in the state of Colorado from 2009 to 2011 that the top 1% saw income growth of 23.5%, while 99% of other Coloradans saw income decline by 4%. Now, I'm not here saying that we should give handouts, but I do think that every family in this state, regardless if they're from a rural or urban area, or whether they are rich or poor, should have the opportunity to have access to the American dream and access to economic opportunity. And this issue of wealth disparity and the growing gap between the rich and the poor is something that we should all be concerned with. Now, I can go down a path of saying that this year there's a lot of different bills out there. There's a lot of
Representative Duran and members, we can debate the resolution, but right now we're on Amendment 1, so can we keep our comments to Amendment 1? Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I urge you to vote no against this amendment. It is not necessary. Let's get back to the resolution and talk about the real economic issues that are affecting Colorado and what we should be working on together to address those.
Thank you, Representative Duran. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Melton, I appreciate your comments. And I appreciate that you studied economics out of a book. And I guess that kind of, you can get some, I guess, some kind of basic understanding from economics out of a book. And I studied, you studied it in school. But when we look at retailers and service firms, those that are actually signing the fronts of paychecks, those that actually know how economic works from real life experience, not just something they read out of a book, they're the ones, when you talked about, I'm sorry that it's going to raise the cost of wages, but they're the ones that are going to have to look at that employee and say, I'm sorry, I can no longer afford you, and I'm sorry you are no longer employed here. Those business owners are the ones that are going to have to be saying, I'm sorry. I can appreciate how you say, I'm sorry that it's going to raise the cost of wage. And you talked about the SEIU, and it is their very workers. There will be less of them if wages go up because it costs more to employ them. It is a simple, basic economic truth. If a business doesn't have enough money at the bottom coming out, they cannot pay their bills, they no longer are in business. Some of the comments we've heard today so far show that some folks in this chamber absolutely have no concept of how the economy actually really works. It ignores a simple basic truth that higher cost equals fewer jobs. I want to have the conversation about Amendment 1, and I've yet to hear any rebuttal as to how that these facts and figures are wrong. Show me that somehow we won't see a potential decrease. Show me how that's wrong. This whole resolution is full of hypotheticals. And if you're saying, well, that's a hypothetical, so we can't put it in there, this whole thing is full of hypotheticals. Higher cost equals fewer jobs. Please, somebody that has studied economics from something other than a book can dispute that fact with me. I urge an aye vote on L001.
Representative Ryden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm coming before you all today as a small business owner. You don't see me down here very often speaking on some of these issues, but I would say you could look at those numbers and say that's about half the business owners are going to hire more people. And guess what? They're the ones that are probably going to succeed, because as a business owner, you may be a job creator, but the reason you create jobs is to help you with the productivity that you need in order to be profitable. So, friends, this is sort of a way of saying that this is really not going to have that much effect at all, and it's really the marketplace that drives all of these issues and not whether we have a minimum wage. So I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the sponsors of this resolution and the majority party for bringing the resolution and for allowing us to offer this amendment, which goes to the heart of this debate. It has been said by distinguished people that these resolutions are letters to Santa Claus, but it is good and important that we take a couple of hours this morning, maybe even into the afternoon, to discuss and debate what is an important issue of the day. And of course, since the majority controls the calendar and introduces resolutions at the end of the day and brings them up out of order, which
Representative Gardner, can we get to the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is to the amendment. The amendment being part of the resolution having been introduced last evening, the amendment having been hastily drafted this morning, or else it would be more refined than it is, and that's why I am speaking to the resolution, Mr. Speaker.
Well, but we're not speaking to the resolution. We're speaking to the amendment, Mr.
Well, my apologies, Mr. Speaker. I meant to the amendment to the resolution that was offered last evening. Thus, the amendment being prepared hastily this morning and not being as detailed as it might, so I will offer some details. What this amendment talks about is the effect on employment. Facts are stubborn things. This resolution and the amendment that has been offered here address those stubborn facts. The amendment causes us to have to look at the resolution and answer really difficult questions. The resolution, the underlying resolution, feels really good. There's no one that would be against paying more to everyone in a perfect economic world. Or maybe a perfect world, because a perfect economic world dictates that you can't simply do it. And it's not just I that says this. In fact, I will do something that I seldom do here in the well in support of this amendment to the resolution, and that is cite the Congressional Budget Office, of all things. the nonpartisan or bipartisan, as you wish, Congressional Budget Office released a study on February 18th, just last month, less than a month ago, because this topic that we're debating for several hours this morning and the amendments, the 12 or so amendments to it that we will be discussing, this one being one of them, Mr. Speaker, has been a topic of national discussion. And the study released by the Congressional Budget Office projected that raising the minimum wage to $10.10 is going to destroy 500,000 jobs. Let me say that again. For those of you who are filing from the room and don't think that this is an important discussion, let me tell you, your leadership thought this was an important discussion, so let's have it. The Congressional Budget Office said raising the minimum wage is going to destroy 500,000 jobs. Those are people. They will be here in Colorado, some of them, and they will be your constituents. Now, there are those that would put a positive spin on that and say, oh yeah, but that will increase the income of 16.5 million people. So, you know, I guess in a big operation, few people are going to get trampled. Well, if I was one of the 500,000 without the job, I think I would have preferred to have the job. The 16.5 million people that are going to see their incomes rise are, as an economic fact, and the choice of employers and their decisions are not perfect, but in the larger economic sense, those 16.5 million people are already worth the $10.10 an hour. Otherwise, they would be laid off. That's the economic fact. Facts are stubborn things. But what it means is that without a higher minimum wage, those 16.5 million people would, by economic forces, work their way up to the wage that the government is going to force. Otherwise, they would be laid off. But in sharp contrast, those 500,000 people, you know, the ones that don't matter because we're helping the 16.5 million, those 500,000 people are going to lose their jobs or not be hired in the first place because of the minimum wage, knocking the first rung of the ladder of economic opportunity off. They will perhaps fall into the permanent black hole of joblessness. Being older, having been unemployed longer, does not increase one's attractiveness to employers. And it is true that every job generates income for the worker and for the economy. But the fact is that the very people that this resolution seeks to help, and that this amendment, just to ensure that all of you know I'm talking to the amendment, what this amendment seeks to highlight is that the effect of a mandated minimum wage increase is that it will increase the likelihood, and let me back up and say this one more time. These are economic facts. Facts are stubborn things. It is not that I wish ill on any American worker. Contrary to what many of you believe, I was raised in a working class blue-collar household where, as I said some time ago, a $5 poll tax was a couple of hours, half a day probably, wage for my parents. So it is not as if I do not understand what I am about to say. But a raise in the minimum wage, while well-intentioned and sounding good, it will feel good. It is well-intentioned. I appreciate that, sponsors. But as my mother used to say, son, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And let me tell you what this road looks like with these good intentions. Increased likelihood and duration of unemployment for low-wage workers. Encouraging employers to cut worker training. They will not be hired. They will not receive the training. There are many other effects which the other 10 or 11 amendments we will discuss this morning will address, and I will be back to address each of those amendments, energy permitting. Certainly time will permit.
Representative Gardner, you have 1 minute left on this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have timed it about correctly. Thank you. You know, with timing interruptions and what I needed to say, we're about at a minute. Members, this is not going to help workers. It feels good. It will do what this amendment says. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge a no vote on this amendment for several reasons. The same study that my respected colleague, Representative Gardner, brought up, the CBO study, also shows that raising the minimum wage to $10.10 would lift 900,000 people out of poverty. This amendment speaks to survey data, and do recall I'm coming at this from two perspectives. One, I own two small businesses. I was co-owner of two small businesses in Steamboat Springs, a manufacturing business and a retail business for many years. And I also am trained as a statistician. I've pored over econometric data for many, many years. These are not econometric data, they are survey data. What this says is that these retailers and service firms said they would reduce hiring. These data do not show that they did. It says they said they would, and they may or they may not. Yet when we look at today's resolution towards the bottom of page 2, we see that both in Colorado, after the minimum wage was raised, that the unemployment rate in Colorado went down by over 1.5 points. We see that several other states at the bottom of page 2, Washington, Oregon, Ohio, and Arizona, all experienced decreases in unemployment of at least 1.5% after they, as states, raised the minimum wage. So while this amendment speaks to the opinions in a survey, and I don't know what survey it is, but it's a survey, and I'm sure it's a statistically significant survey of these business owners, they are saying that they would do this. Yet the data that we also have in front of us shows that the same CBO study that was cited would actually raise 900,000. Let me repeat that, 900,000 Americans out of poverty. The point at hand is poverty. And the data in front of us in the resolution also show that both in Colorado and other states, when the minimum wage was raised, in fact, the unemployment rate went down. And those are not survey data, those are actual data about unemployment rates.
Representative Stevens.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Mitch Bush. And I rise in support of the amendment to this resolution, L001. Rep. Mitch Bush, so we're going to go back and forth because while I understand you're citing and saying that these are basically just statistics from a survey, we have a number. Take a look at Economic Inquiry. Take a look at demography, take a look at Employment Policy Foundation, take a look at the Southern Economic Journal, take a look at Employment Policy Institute. I mean, there's numbers and numbers of studies that show raising minimum wage is not an answer to reducing poverty. It simply isn't. I think, however, that what we have here is, at the beginning of this, it was cited that the majority of Americans support this, but the majority of Americans also understand that jobs will be lost if this happens. The American public is very skittish. There's a very split mind on this issue. what I think here and why I think that this is important to note is that 2/3 of our minimum wage workers are teenagers. They're not single household adults. Let me say that again. 2/3 who this affects are teenagers. These are not single family adult households. Now, when we're looking at macroeconomics and economic policy, that's huge, because when most teenagers enter the labor force, they're gaining skills. But what this would do, and what we're saying here is that it would hurt the very people that it proposes to help, because you don't gain skills. Employers are going to look for a higher skilled employee. So with all due respect, Rep. Williams, 2/3 of people who even were starting in minimum wage jobs got raises without the government's help. So in our mind, this is actually, retailers and service firms said they would reduce hiring. This is not a matter of, quote, caring. Every small business employer, every employer that I've ever met cares deeply about their employees. They want to provide health coverage. They want to provide help. But what we're saying here is, by the very nature of doing this, we force employers to have to make very difficult decisions. When Representative Gardner says that over 500,000 jobs would be lost through the Congressional Budget Office, macroeconomics actually backs that up. And so you can take your study, you can take your pick, but folks, this is very divided here. And so, members, I rise in support of L001 because this is not an easy discussion, and it's not about a lack of caring at all. This isn't about the unions. It's not about who's fighting for middle-class families, because most of us serving here are middle-class families. And let me tell you, most of my friends who have small business are middle-class families. So what we're really talking about here is, how are we going to have to force employers to make tough decisions? And by the way, when we do that minimum raise, when we raise that level, most of that goes to the government. It doesn't go to the employee. I don't find that very compassionate, that when we raise minimum wage, we're just sending that extra to the government. We're not really giving it to the employee. And when we talk about their health care and we talk about other issues, they're not seeing that. They're still not going to see that. So, members, I think that this is a good amendment to the resolution. I think it's thoughtful, and I'd urge an aye vote.
Representative Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this resolution. A couple things occur to me, and I honestly didn't know how this resolution had come about until I heard the minority leader talk about it today. And I'll be very brief, Mr. Speaker, on the resolution itself, but it kind of reminds me of what we heard about Senator Gordon just this week. Abuse of the rules is not a demonstration of strength, it's a demonstration of weakness. And that really concerns me about this resolution.
Representative Swam, and for everyone, because everyone's mentioned this, just to be clear, the introduction was yesterday. The rules say it lays over one day, as it did. There was no suspension of the rules for immediate consideration. So this was in the normal order of business today. So no rules were actually suspended to move into this resolution, just to be clear. Representative Swam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, be that as it may, I think a subject has not been touched on here, and I listened with interest to Representative Duran, her comment about the wealthiest 1%, and I think I share some of those concerns. I very well remember a headline, front-page headline in the Denver Post last summer that said the average income for people in this state since 2000 has not moved 1 penny, whereas the income of large corporations has gone up significantly. And that concerns me. I think this growing income inequality is not good. I don't think it's good for our republic. But I think I want to comment on this amendment itself because I don't think anyone has touched on this. The fact is that if we raise the minimum wage, it's not just that jobs might be lost. I don't know about that. But here's what I think might happen as well. I think we would give an incentive to companies to turn from cheap labor to something I think our country has an advantage in, and that's brains and using technology to replace cheap labor. And somebody, I think it was Cressata, Representative Cressata Duran, Representative Duran, excuse me, she mentioned the pizza worker. Well, I don't think it would take a genius to figure out some way to replace that relatively low-paid worker with a machine that would do that job. And I think that's, I think it would have the same effect, though, on low-wage workers. I think the people that still work at that pizza place would probably make more money because that's how you make workers make more money is you give them tools to make them more productive, and you can afford to pay them more, but you're not going to have more workers. You're going to have fewer because some of that low-wage, low-skilled work is going to be replaced by machines. And that is something that I think that this underlying resolution might encourage. And I think that's not altogether a bad thing because I think one of the problems with our country, frankly, is that we are bringing in a lot of low-wage workers in this country, and companies can use that those low-wage workers, rather than trying to use our advantages, which are high-tech, high-skilled, and developing more productive tools to help the people in this country become more productive and make more money. So, for that reason, I support the resolution, or excuse me, the amendment.
Okay. Next, I have Representative Joshi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Melton and Moreno, for bringing this. Members, here we are talking about small and medium-sized businesses. Businesses, these are owned by mom and pops. These are the businesses don't have indefinite money. These have very finite amount of money to spend. I was one of them because I have only signed in all my life front of the check, never the back of the check. So let me tell you, when the utility bill goes up, what do? You cut somewhere else because you cannot cut anything else for your employees. When you're running mom and pop businesses, when you have 1 or 2 employees, if this thing is going to go through, what will happen? Exactly what you read here. This is what is going to happen. So this statistics is not just the statistics, it's a real life scenario. So I ask for your yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Sain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the addition of this amendment to this resolution. The reason why is because this resolution isn't a letter to Santa Claus. It's a letter to the poor and disadvantaged in our communities. And this amendment makes it very clear as to why that rung on the ladder of opportunity is being removed, that first rung. Because we consider it the first rung on that ladder, not the last one. And particularly, I don't know what economic books everybody is reading. However, there are plenty and plenty of studies, a lot of studies, especially in the inner cities, that a minimum wage hike, especially up to 39%, will disproportionately affect minorities, particularly minority teens in the inner cities. There's a lot of studies on this. So I, like Representative Moreno, my first job paid minimum wage. And in fact, my second job paid minimum wage because in college, even though I had scholarships, it was still very expensive. And so I worked my way up, and eventually I worked my way up where I was promoted, where I was actually doing the books for this particular business. And I can tell you, doing those books, had the minimum wage been hiked up 39%, that business would not have existed, and that opportunity for me would not have existed. So I support the addition of this amendment so that everybody has a clarification as to what is going to happen, because, again, there's many studies on this as far as hiring and wage supply. Thank you.
Representative Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in support of the amendment. We've had discussions about the economics and the statistics, and we can argue those, but in my mind, and everything I've read and studied, and I'm sorry I haven't had time to really prepare a lot of detailed statistics from my reading, but it seems clear that we're making a trade-off with this resolution if we were actually enacting a minimum wage law. And that trade-off is between things that we all care about deeply. I mean, we all want to reduce the gap between low-paid and high-paid people in our society. It's something we should think about every day. The other thing that we really want to do is help those low-income families. That's, something that we talk a lot about and we do a lot of legislation for. But I believe there's another thing we need to worry about, and it comes from my own personal experience, and that's the personal experience of my first job and then running small companies and large companies and hiring a lot of people. So I'm sure a lot of you remember your first job. I mean, mine was first a paper boy, and then, I actually fixed sewing machines, believe it or not, after school. And, I did that through high school. And I worked on road construction for literally $1 an hour. I made less than a downtown parking space makes in Denver these days. And those jobs were important because first jobs teach you to work. And I feel a lot of concern about our young people who don't have the opportunity to get that first job. That job as a paper boy or a sewing machine repairman or whatever it takes to learn to take home a couple of bucks in your pocket, be able to take your first girlfriend out to the movies, whatever kids do today. I'm not quite sure, but that, I hope it's not spending it the wrong way, but those first dollars and learning to manage your money really matter. They make good citizens. And I sincerely believe that this statistic is true, that 500,000 of those first jobs won't get created. And I really care about those young people who don't have that experience that I had, that I believe changed my life. I was able to work, make some money, keep a little bit of it, and, learn how to be independent from my parents and to start saving for college, with those little dollars. So I want us to think about everybody we care about, not just isolate short-term gains for one segment while we punish another, those startup kids. So I just wanted to make that point because to me, that first job is so important. And when we start preventing kids from having that experience, we're influencing their lives.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise in support of this resolution, and I stand in opposition of this amendment. I heard the minority leader talk about economics and how some people have read a book and some people know it because they have a business. I'm going to speak on it as it relates to how I understand the economics of it, because I see it every day. I represent House District 42, which is in Aurora, which is part of Colfax, and there's an RTD line. It's the number 15. And it's not teenagers that I see on that bus line. I see hardworking people who are working minimum wages. They're working in hotels. They're janitors. They're security guards. And they're not able to make ends meet. Corporations are sitting on high profit margins, and this is false. Companies aren't going to go out of business because they increase the minimum wage. I believe that we need to increase the minimum wage. And I agree with our president when he says America needs a pay raise. We do. So it's not teenagers. When I go to McDonald's or wherever, fast food, I see adults behind the counter. Many of these adults may be women who have families. They're working 40 hours a week on minimum wage and still do not have enough to make it. No one is going to go out of business because we increase minimum wage. You know why? Because businesses stay in business to make money. And it takes labor to do it. And when you pay your employees more, the climate and the culture that you have will stimulate the growth of that business. I think I heard someone up here talk about this is not going to lift anybody up out of poverty. Well, what is it? What will? Are we saying if we keep minimum wages the way they are, that's not going to help lift families out of poverty? Let's get real here. Let's get real. It is hard. It is truly hard to make it in today's times. Many of these people who are making minimum wage are probably having to pay back a student loan. Probably don't even have affordable housing. And once you try to pay your mortgage or your rent and your food and everything else, there's very little left. There is a gap and inequality as it relates to income. And so the question before us today is, do we need to improve and increase the minimum wage? And my answer to that is yes. We do need to do all we can to lift people out of poverty. Vote no on this amendment.
Members, I've been giving a lot of leeway on the discussion of the amendment from now on because we supposedly have a lot more amendments. I'm going to be pretty strict on making sure you stay to the topic of the amendment and do not talk about the underlying resolution. Next up, Representative Waller.
Start it with me, Mr. Speaker. Oh, geez, I had a lot to say here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, members, I got to tell you, I'm actually going to take a little bit of exception with the minority leader who said that we didn't know this was coming forward and we were all concerned about this. Well, members, I'm here to tell you, you know, all this does is what we have seen time and time and time again for the last years in the Colorado State Capitol, and that's one side of this aisle saying, we know better how to live your life than you do. Every single piece of legislation we pass here from...
Representative Waller, when we get to the resolution, you can make your speeches, but when we get to, can we speak, please speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am speaking to the amendment. Members, what this amendment does is simply places into the resolution factual data. Factual data that came from Duke University that says we sent out a survey and 57% of the small business retailers that were interviewed said we are going to either have to reduce employment or we're going to go out of business. Now, why we would be telling small business owners in the state of Colorado or across America, for that matter, how they should operate and run their businesses is beyond me. What this amendment does is simply gives a little bit of validation and recognition to the people who employ people in America, to the people who employ people in the state of Colorado. That's what this amendment is about. But the majority party in this assembly is saying today, nope, small business owner, you don't know how to operate your business. We know better how to operate your business than you do. We know better how you should hire people than you do. We know better who you should hire and how much you should pay them than you do. All this amendment does simply is give some validation to small business owners in America. It says, small business owners, we recognize, we understand, we are here to listen to what you have to say. And to say no to this amendment, think about it. This is just an amendment to the resolution. To say no to this amendment is once again the majority party in the Colorado Assembly saying, we don't care because we know better how to do it than you do. We know better how you should live your life than you do. You know, members, it is time. It is time we stop telling Coloradans how to live their lives. It is time that we trust working families in the state of Colorado and small business owners in the state of Colorado to operate their businesses on their own. It is time for us to stand up and say, you know what, folks? We get it. We understand that you're perfectly capable of taking care of yourself. We understand that you are perfectly capable of operating your small business in the state of Colorado. We understand that you can do this and you can raise the economy because we understand on this very day, Small Business Day at the Capitol, by the way, small business owners who are here in this Capitol today, we have the opportunity to say to you, we understand what you go through. We understand how hard you work and what you do for the citizens of the state of Colorado. We understand that you put it on the line every single day. Adoption of this amendment is nothing more than saying that to small business owners in the state of Colorado. We're giving validation and recognition, small business owner, to how you see your business operating. We're giving validation and saying, you know what? You actually know better how to live your life and how to operate your business than we do. A vote no on this amendment is nothing more than once again saying to small business owners in the state of Colorado, yep, we're confirming it once again. We know as government officials from the majority party how better to live your life than you do. Vote yes on this amendment. Vote yes on this amendment to give validation to every small business owner in the state of Colorado.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So there was a claim that a lot of these low-wage workers are teenagers, and I just want to dispute that because actually if you look at a study that was done by the Economic Policy Institute, the vast majority of minimum wage workers are not teenagers. Nearly 90% of minimum wage workers are 20 years or older. The average age of a minimum wage worker is about 35 years old, and more than a third, which is 35.8%, are married, and over a quarter, at 28%, are parents. That's why 21 million children will have at least one parent whose pay will go up as a result of the passage of new minimum wage legislation. So I just wanted to clarify that. And the other thing that I think is very important to clarify is it is the time. It is the time to listen to working families. It is the time to listen to small businesses. It is the time to make sure that we are representative of the people who put us in these positions. And that is why I rely so heavily on the feedback that we receive, and specifically when it comes to this issue, recognizing that more than 2/3 of small business owners support increasing the
Hold on
federal...
1 sec, Representative Duran. Members, it is way too loud here. Please return to your desks. Staff, sit in the sides, and press table, please be quiet. We are functioning as a House. I just ask you to show respect. Thank you. Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And when we look at small businesses in the state of Colorado and nationally, more than 2/3 of small business owners support increasing the federal minimum wage up from $7.25 an hour and adjusting it yearly to reflect the cost of living. A 67%, based on a study that was done, a 67% majority of small business owners agree the current federal minimum wage of $7.25 per hour should increase and that it should be adjusted annually to keep pace with the cost of living. Moreover, almost 4 in 10, which is 36%, strongly agree with that. Also, based on the study that I mentioned, the vast majority of respondents pay all of their employees more than minimum wage. So a lot of small businesses are already doing this in the state of Colorado and nationally. A sweeping 85% of small business owners surveyed do not pay any of their employees the federal minimum wage of $7.25. 2/3 of entrepreneurs believe increasing minimum wage will boost consumer demand for small businesses, helping them to grow and hire. A 65% majority agrees with this statement. Increasing the minimum wage will help the economy because the people with the lowest incomes are the most likely to spend any pay increases buying necessities that they cannot afford before, which will boost sales at businesses. This will increase the customer demand that businesses need to retain or hire more employees, or in other words, create more jobs. Moreover, 1/3 of owners strongly agree with this statement. 2/3 of small businesses agree that increasing the minimum wage would decrease the pressure on taxpayer-financed government assistance to make up for the low wages. A 65% majority agrees that increasing the minimum wage would allow people to afford basic necessities and decrease the pressure on taxpayer-financed government assistance to make up for the low wages paid by some employers, and say it's not right that people working full-time earn just $15,000 a year at the minimum wage.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am replying and
I know.
to...
I gave a leeway to everyone, and I gave leeway to people, but I'm trying to bring it back into the amendment, so if we could focus there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to Representative Waller, we do not think that we know what is best. In fact, we listen to the small businesses in the state. We listen to working families in this state to be true representatives of the people who have put us here. And that's why I ask for your support of this resolution and against the amendment.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And listen to the small businesses. I would love to hear that small business that says, raise my cost of doing business by raising minimum wage. I would be shocked to find that. But to the amendment, Representative Fields kept making comment about, get real, this won't put businesses out of business. Whereas nearly 57% of retailers and 44% of service firms said they would reduce hiring if the federal minimum wage were increased to $10.10 an hour. Representative Fields, where does it say businesses will go out of business? That is not the amendment. This amendment simply goes to say that, and Representative Bush talked about, well, we can't put this in there. This is not facts. This is a survey. Well, this is a survey of the people that actually hire people, the people that actually make that decision on whether or not we're going to bring that employee on or keep that employee. This was a survey of the person that actually signs the front of the check and is responsible for whether or not that check can actually clear the bank at the backside. And we hear, well, the evil businesses and their profits and all that other stuff. If they don't have profit, the paycheck they wrote that employee will not cash the bank. They won't be able to go pay their bills because it's nothing more than paper if there's not money in the bank. This is simply a statement to go along with all of the other things that are in here. We're not saying strike below the entire resolution. This is just adding one more thing in there, that a survey by people that hire people to say, if you do this, potentially 57% of retailers and 44% of service firms said they would reduce hiring. The title of the resolution is Concerning a Federal Minimum Wage Increase. I think if we're going to urge Congress to raise the minimum wage, we deserve to let Congress know potentially what all of the effects are. We listed all kinds of positive effects that are in here that are perceived positive effects. What's wrong with adding one more thing into the resolution? Or do we not want Congress to listen to what businesses actually have to say? That's based on the business owners and what they might have to say. Don't take a look at that. This simply is to add one more piece into the resolution that says businesses are saying higher costs equal fewer jobs. Doesn't say higher costs equal going out of business. Higher costs equals fewer jobs. And I had a comment directed to me that says, "Get real, Representative DELGROSSO." I'll get real. Get real. Let's stop raising the cost to live, and you don't have to raise the minimum wage. Everybody get real. An urgent I vote on L001.
Representative Coram.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to support this bill. First of all, I see no reason that we're raising the raise to $10.10. Why don't we just double it? That's a pretty easy thing to do. If you want to double your wage, there's one simple thing that you can do. I have an article here from CNN stating if you want to double your wage, simply move to North Dakota. That's all you have to do. If you want to serve tacos, you're going to get $15 an hour. If you want to wait tables, you're going to get $25 an hour. You want to drive a truck, you're going to get $80,000 a year. Now, I can't understand what's the difference between Colorado and North Dakota. It's colder there.
Representative Coram, can we speak to the amendment?
Thank you. This amendment speaks exactly to what the industry is saying. When the industry, as in North Dakota, is making money, they increase those wages. If the money is not there, they can't do it. In our own situation, I was a member of a company that owned a coffee shop. Some of you actually drink the coffee here today. We didn't use minimum wage. We also had tipping. But we started out about $1 more than minimum wage. But the learning curve is very short. If you were there and not able to catch on quickly, you were looked to be replaced. So, members, let's let the free market decide what we can and cannot pay. And if you want more money, go to North Dakota.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L001? Seeing none, I know there is objection. So, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Conti, Fisher, Giroux, Kagan, Pabon, Moreno, Scott, and Young. Close the machine. With 27 aye votes, 37 no votes, 1 excused, and 0 absent, Amendment L001 is lost. We're back to the resolution. Representative McNulty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Fields, I'm interested to know that
you have asked Representative DELGROSSO to get real. I don't really know what that means in this context, but I suspect that the guy who started out as a pizza delivery driver, who worked his way up in the company to buy a pizza shop, and then another, might have some background in educating all of us on the effects of the minimum wage, on the ability to, shall we say, Representative Fields, get
can
real.
Can we not address?
Because it doesn't get more real than that. That is the American dream, isn't it? Work your way up. Work hard. Provide for your family. Now, I suspect that he didn't intend to have 3 pizza shops. Maybe it'll be 5. Maybe it'll be 10. Maybe he'll sell them all and go out and do something else.
Representative McNulty, can we get to the resolution?
But that is his prerogative.
Representative McNulty, to the resolution.
That is real. Higher costs mean fewer jobs. I doubt that any one of you, if you were in the same spot as Representative DELGROSSO, you would look back and say, I wish I wouldn't have done that. It's a pretty awesome deal. And yet, by increasing the minimum wage to $10.10, for which there is no apparent scientific or economic analysis that supports it, why not $10.20? Why not $11.11? Why not $15? Pick a number. Whatever number you pick, the higher the cost, the fewer the jobs. That's the issue that we have in front of us today. Who are you going to pick to tell that they're not going to have a job? Who in your community are you going to go to and point out and say, because of the vote that I cast, there is not a job for you? Who of us wants to go have that conversation with our constituents? And we'll have a conversation coming where the conversation that you have with your constituents is going to be even more difficult. And I look forward to participating fully in that conversation as it comes to the floor as an amendment to this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we've heard now for a little bit of time here about a lot of what this is really about, and it comes down to is, does a minimum wage increase money, but also increase jobs? Does it increase opportunities? Does it increase, if you will, the ability to reach that American dream? And we've heard from both sides on the positioning of that and what the consequences are, and in some ways, the Republican and Democrat argument are obviously where they're at. But there are opportunities from nonpartisan groups that speak to this issue on what the increase of minimum wage would do for not only individuals, but I think more importantly, the economy. Because ultimately, the economy tanks, the individual jobs tank. And so the Congressional Budget Office has stated that if the minimum wage increase were to happen, and it has been portrayed, 1.5% of the 33 million workers who otherwise have jobs would lose them and become jobless. This isn't finding some document out there that's partisan. This is the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, a 43-page document that had said some people, yes, some people would receive a higher wage, but many jobs would be eliminated. Real income would decrease on net by $17 billion, lowering the overall family income by 0.4%. That's real money. Those are real problems working families in Colorado and around the nation would face. And they would have us and other legislators throughout the country and Congress to thank for it. The CBO facts point to long-term negative consequences. And this isn't just reported by CBO. It was picked up by all the major news outlets, including MSNBC. And the question really became was, does raising minimum wage do what it's supposed to do, and are the benefits long term? And the CBO said, think twice about that, because they weren't so sure it was. And I think we have to as well. That's why I offer L004, Mr. Speaker, and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment is properly displayed. Please continue, Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is basically what I just talked about, whereas according to the Congressional Budget Office, the nonpartisan budget office, if the minimum wage increases by 1.5% of the 33 million workers who otherwise would have earned less than $11.50 an hour would be jobless. And that last word is the one I think we need to, as a body, make sure what we're doing here in sending this letter off. It's jobless. Our job down here is not to help people lose jobs. It's to help people gain jobs. And then raising the minimum wage sometimes, and what I've seen is this debate on a national level, I'm not so sure if sometimes the concern is as obvious as we think. I think a lot of people on the outside say, are you concerned about jobs, or are you concerned that America has too many jobs and you're trying to decrease them? I ask for a yes vote on the amendment.
Madam Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with Representative Dorr on L004, and I would like to move L0012 as a substitute amendment to L004 and have it displayed, please.
Amendment L012 is properly displayed. Please continue, Madam Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an amendment that would just make transparent. If we want to get real, members, we need to be transparent, because transparency shows reality. And reality is getting real. What L012 states is that the Congressional Budget Office, I believe just actually last month, said that it estimates that 500,000 jobs would be lost in our economy if we were to raise the minimum wage. The Congressional Budget Office is the office that studies these types of issues that come about. And they were the ones that came up with the get real data that we use to make sure we are doing the right thing for the American people. The majority of the bills that we run in this House, we preface with this phrase: this is a jobs bill. Some of us could debate that it is or isn't, but we use that term a lot. This resolution, according to the Congressional Budget Office, is anti-jobs. It would cost Americans 500,000 jobs. Like I said, according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. Don't take my word for it. Take their word for it. They spent time analyzing it. They're in charge, and they do a great job analyzing different things, different issues that come about. We count on them for many things. We count on them to be accurate with the results, and we rely on their findings. 5 million jobs would impact a lot of people. We talk about jobs, jobs, jobs. We need to make sure that we are actually making policies that help folks keep their jobs. Because you know, the people in my district, and I'm sure in all of your districts, they want to put the necessities of food on their table, shoes on their children's feet. We need to make sure that we don't do things to hamper that. What the Congressional Budget Office did here, folks, is it gave us the facts. And it would be a travesty to only include the partial facts. The citizens of Colorado demand that we give them all the facts. L012 would just state the facts that the CBO has given us. We must gain the trust of the people in this state. And the only way we can do that is to be transparent and truthful. And a way to do that is including all the facts. Representative Salazar, I am keeping it real. Go look up the study they did.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were done. You got 5 minutes left, so.
Oh, hey, great.
But you still have to stay under the amendment.
Let them shout out all they want. Our own Congressional Budget Office said by doing this, again, it would cost our economy 500,000 jobs. That means 500,000 pink slips to already struggling families. Colleagues, let's not deny 500,000 people their jobs and their stability. We talked about macroeconomics, but let's just talk about common sense. The less people working, the worse our economy is. The more people and more children that go to bed hungry. 5 million jobs, 500,000 jobs, excuse me, would have a huge impact on the families we represent. I ask for an aye vote on L012.
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Szabo very clearly described what this amendment describes, which is one of several findings. I couldn't agree more that we need all the facts, so please bear with me as I read some of the other findings from this study. Often social science studies, whether in economics or other disciplines, show findings which at first glance don't seem to mesh. So along with that finding, we have the finding I cited earlier from the CBO study that raising the minimum wage would lift 900,000, that's 900,000 people out of poverty. In addition, though, here are several other findings. The CBO finds that raising the minimum wage to 1010 would directly benefit 16.5 million workers. That's 16.5 million workers. According to this report, those now making less than 1010 an hour would get a raise. That's quite clear, I think. Whether or not they'd still have a job, again, we're not sure. That this other part suggests some may not. 2, CBO finds that raising the minimum wage would increase incomes for millions of middle-class families. Remember that the majority of those at minimum wage are not quote-unquote just, and please put just in quotes, teenagers. Many of them are parents, and I think that's really important. They're really stretching that income to make ends meet. And I know that all the colleagues, Representative Swan mentioned, a number of others mentioned it, are very concerned with that. This wage increase, CBO finds, would help the economy today. And this is another part of this sort of common sense equation that actually Henry Ford first introduced to us when he initiated the assembly line. The reason he paid wages to his workers that were then far above what other industrialists were then paying was because he recognized that if workers had enough money to buy the products that he produced, they would therefore increase the GDP. And so the CBO finds this wage increase would help the economy today. CBO found that only 12% of low-wage workers will be teenagers. Only 12% are teenagers. CBO also found that raising the minimum wage the impact of raising the minimum wage on employment does not reflect the current consensus view of economists. Here they cite a number of different studies. I won't belabor this, but 7 Nobel Prize winners, 8 former presidents of the American Economic Association, and over 600 other economists recently summarized the literature on the employment effects of the minimum wage in this way, and I quote, and this is from all these folks. In recent years, there have been important developments in the academic literature, that is the economic literature, on the effect of increases in the minimum wage on employment, with the weight of the evidence now showing that increases in the minimum wage have had little or no negative impact on the employment of minimum wage workers, even during times of weakness in the labor market. So while this amendment does indeed report one of the findings, there are many others which I think we also need to consider, which I believe would urge us to vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate the vigorous debate that we're having on this issue and the apparent obsession over the $10.10 per hour figure. I would challenge my colleagues to find where in the resolution it says $10.10 per hour. What we're asking for is Congress follow the example of Colorado voters in raising the minimum wage past the federal limit, and then tying that minimum wage to inflation so members of working families can continue to provide for their families. That is what we are asking for in this resolution. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Zabel, you mentioned that you want to help Coloradans keep their jobs and that this raising the minimum wage is somehow adverse to that. But I'm going to add on to some of the numbers and some of the statistics that were mentioned earlier, which also just say that an analysis of 91 places that increased their minimum wage between 1987 and 2012 during a time of high unemployment, times when people are losing their jobs, they saw a decrease of 52% in unemployment in those areas, meaning that the areas, states like Colorado, that actually have a higher minimum wage see lower unemployment. This amendment is a bad amendment. I ask you to vote no.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can understand, Representative Melton, why listening to the Congressional Budget Office would be a bad thing to do, I guess, and how you're saying this is bad to put that in here. And members, I would urge an aye vote on L012. We heard that we couldn't support the previous amendment because a survey of business owners, they could not be trusted to actually say whether or not they would cut jobs if we raised minimum wage. So we can't trust a survey of business owners. So we have brought L012, and I urge an aye vote on L012 because if we can't trust the business owners, well, let's see if I find somebody or we can find somebody that maybe you'll trust their statistics when we say if you raise higher costs, it will cause fewer jobs. So maybe you don't trust what business owners have to say when we say that. Maybe you'll trust the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office when they say if you raise minimum wage, it'll cost 500,000 jobs. We've heard statistics that raising the minimum wage will give a raise to 900,000 people, but What about the 500,000 people that no longer have a job as a result? Representative Melton talked about he wants to help people to continue to provide for their families. If they don't have a job, how are they going to provide for their families? Members, again, this amendment does not strike anything out of the resolution. This just adds another whereas. Whereas the Congressional Budget Office estimates that an increase in the minimum wage to 1010 would cost 500,000 jobs. I understand that some people don't want to accept that fact, and that scares them because it blows up in the face of everything that they're trying to say, and they don't want to accept reality. Let's keep it real, as I was told earlier.
Representative DelGrosso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm keeping it real to Amendment L012.
I appreciate that, but we are, before we get too far down, I want to clarify the rules and deal with something that I allowed in error. We are sitting as a House, which means we are under third reading rules, which means substitute amendments aren't allowed. So if Representative Szabo, if you would withdraw the amendment, you can offer it again as a full amendment, but I just want to get us back to the underlying amendment of where we should be as a third reading. Representative Szabo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I withdraw L012.
Thank you, Representative Szabo. I appreciate that. We are back to the door amendment L004 to the resolution. Representative Dorr, if you'd like to re-explain what your amendment did.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't go into the detail again of what the amendment does. I think in general, you heard a lot of the comments that are associated with this amendment in the previous discussion. End of the day, we're worried about what are the ramifications, what are the consequences that many times are not all thought out when you raise the minimum wage number. And the CBO study shows that there are long-term consequences, and that is going to be to a job population that right now would lose their jobs if this were to go forward through Congress and raise the minimum wage at a level that would have a ramifications in a ripple effect throughout our economy. And we have to be concerned about that. And so I'd like to add this language to the resolution to show that we're concerned and cognizant of the fact that this does more in a negative way than may be realized in the current draft of the resolution. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask for a no vote. Nowhere in the resolution does it say $11.50 per hour. Let me repeat that again. Nowhere in the resolution does it say $11.50 per hour. This amendment is confusing what the resolution is all about. And when we talk about the Congressional Budget Office, one of the things that we have to recognize is that if the minimum wage was increased in the state of Colorado, it would affect millions of middle-class families nationally. But even more than that, it would bring approximately 900,000 people out of poverty. And I bring up this issue because poverty continues to be a major issue in the state of Colorado, as we have more children in poverty than years prior. And poverty continues to be a very important issue for Colorado because of our budget. If we are going to have true financial responsibility, true fiscal responsibility, shouldn't we invest in those individuals who are working on the front lines of so many different service jobs to be able to bring them out of poverty? Do you know how much money the state of Colorado spends every year to assist individuals who are in poverty, to assist kids who are in poverty? We make huge investments. And so we need to recognize that if we successfully raise the minimum wage and not to $11.50 like this amendment says, how we would have a positive impact on raising people out of poverty, but also the positive impact that we would have on Colorado's budget, so that more people would be able to provide for themselves and provide for their families, instead of having more welfare programs. And that is something that my friends on this side of the aisle, I've heard them talk about many times. And so if you give people tools to be able to succeed, it will also have a positive impact on our state's budget. I ask for a no vote on this amendment, and once again, please don't confuse the issue. Nowhere in the resolution does it say $11.50. This is confusing the issue, and this is not what we are talking about.
Representative Stevens, did you? No. Okay. Any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, the question for the House is the adoption of the Dorr amendment to the report of the committee whole. Is there objection taking a voice vote? There is. Okay, there's no objection taking a voice vote. We'll proceed in that matter. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Representative Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want people to know that we indeed care about the people of the state of Colorado as well. That we care that they have a job. We care that businesses are able to provide jobs. We care about those people that are in the gallery from the National Federation of Independent Businessmen that are here, ironically, as we talk about mandating on them what should happen with regard to business. So with that in mind, Mr. Speaker, I move that we send this bill to House Joint Resolution 1012 to the Committee on Business, Labor, Economic, and Workforce Development, so the members, so the people in the gallery and the people that we are affecting have an opportunity to testify on this resolution, Mr. Speaker.
Members, and I will clear the gallery. I am sorry, there is no applause from the gallery or members. We know the rules in this chamber, members. Representative Stevens, there's no applause, or I will clear the gallery. The House will stand in a brief recess. The House will come to order. Just was checking to make sure that motion was a debatable motion, that we didn't have to go right to vote. It is a debatable motion. So, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to rise in opposition to moving this motion to the Business Committee. When do we have motions on a resolution to the Business Committee? So we need to vote no on this. It's not in order, and I ask you for a no vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Williams, maybe you didn't hear the Speaker about 30 seconds ago where he said the motion was in order. So and those of us that have been around for more than a couple of years have seen several resolutions in the past go to committees. So to think that a resolution can't go to a committee or never goes to a committee, that actually does happen probably at least once every year. So that is a motion that, or a resolution in a committee, something that happens quite a bit. And I applaud Representative Sonnenberg for making that motion, and I urge an aye vote to send it to committee. Because we've heard several long conversations today about how, well, these business owners saying that somehow if we raise the cost to them, that somehow they won't cut jobs. That's just something that crazy DELGROSSO guy's making up and has no idea what he's talking about. When he talks about how if you raise the cost of something, you incentivize people to buy less of it.
Representative DELGROSSO, the motion at the table is to move it to a committee. Please talk about why you believe it should go to a committee.
Thank you,
not about
Mr.
the underlying
Speaker, and that's
resolution.
exactly what I'm doing. And that would give the business people of Colorado. We heard Representative Duran talk about how she listened to the people of Colorado, and they said they wanted this, and the business people of Colorado. And that will give a chance for those business owners that have talked to Representative Duran that say, we want a raise in the minimum wage, to come to committee and testify that, yes, I'm a business owner and I want you to raise minimum wage. Those business owners, as you said that you listened to that said that, will get a chance to come to committee and testify. But it will also give the other business owners in the state of Colorado, the ones that actually employ people, the ones that sign the front of the check, the ones that deal with minimum wage and the effects of its increase, to get to testify. So if you don't believe what myself and my colleagues are talking about when we're trying to add things to this amendment or this resolution, you will get to hear it firsthand from those business owners. We talk all the time, we want to listen. Here is your chance to send it to committee and listen to the business owners testify how this will affect their business. We heard statistics that, wow, we've seen minimum wage increases and all these businesses have flourished because of. Well, those businesses will get a chance to come and testify to that as well. Members, if this is truly about listening, let's send it to committee. Let's let those people that have a stake in this come and testify as to the effects, positively or negatively, that this could have on them, their lives, their families, and their businesses. I urge an aye vote to send this to the business community, or committee.
Representative Stevens.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise in support of sending this resolution to the Business Committee, and having served on the Business Committee, where we see both union, we have SEIU here today, we have NFIB here today. I think this is a wonderful time to have this open and transparent discussion on raising the minimum wage, given that we have two groups who have so much to gain or lose from this discussion. Members, this is really vital. We're making a decision here that would, in essence, affect so many members that are here from NFIB today that own small businesses. And having sat on the Business Committee for a number of years, I can tell you that this is a very worthwhile discussion, and one that I would think, since we're talking about Colorado and how Colorado's benefited so much from raising the minimum wage, that members would want to weigh in on this because it's such an important discussion for the future of their company. And given that today that we were told that the issue of labor and there may be a lack of caring, I'm sure that NFIB and other members here would be very welcome to talk about how they care about their employees and how they care about their health care and how they care about the future of what they can and cannot afford in the labor market. So, Mr. Speaker, I again support this amendment and ask that this be moved to the Business and Labor Committee.
Madam Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the ranking member on the Business Committee, I would invite that we would have the debate, because that would provide the platform to getting real. Let's hear from the real people that it would impact. Let's hear from those who own the businesses. Let's hear from those who would lose their jobs. Folks, I agree with Representative Sonnenberg's motion. Let's bring it to the committee that should hear this debate and hear all of the real facts as to what this is, and to make their decision using all the facts. Thank you, members.
Representative Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nice to follow someone that's shorter than I am. But members, I think this is actually an excellent idea. Good legislation is created through conversation and information. And if we were to send this back to committee, the business community could be represented, the labor could be represented, we would have a good conversation, we would come out with information and come forward with a better resolution. So I would urge the support of this bill. I think it's a matter of fairness, it's common sense, and you know, once in a while we do display common sense in this chamber, and let's try it again. Thank you.
Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just a little confused. I'm confused at when HJR 1012 became a bill. This is a resolution. A resolution is a request. It does not have the effect and consequence that a bill has. But if we really want an open and fair debate and want to open this up to everyone, maybe there is time still for a bill on this issue. But as for right now, this is a resolution. It is a request. And as such, I don't believe it needs to go to the business community, to committee. I ask for a no vote on this motion.
Representative McNulty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my Democratic colleagues opposing Representative Sonnenberg's motion, I ask, what are you afraid of? Why are you afraid to have a discussion and a debate in the Labor Committee? Why are you afraid to have that conversation with the business owners who are so gracious to join us here today, or the members of the Service Employees International Union who are sitting along the side over here? Why are you so afraid to have that conversation in committee? Now, during my time, I don't like to reflect on it because, you know, it reminds me that I'm not Speaker anymore. But occasionally there are times that we can reflect on this. We sent resolutions to committees. We didn't send every resolution to committee, but we sent resolutions to committees. Have a debate, allow people to come in and testify and share their opinion, share their thoughts. As memory serves, we re-referred some resolutions to other committees to allow people, members of the public, affected constituencies to come in and testify on the resolution. It is absolutely correct, it is absolutely right, and it is absolutely appropriate to allow people who are affected by the higher cost resulting in fewer jobs to come in and testify on the real world effects of a resolution like this, of the Colorado State Legislature making the public policy statement that we're going to increase costs on employers and thereby make jobs harder to come by. That is precisely the type of debate that we should have in the House Labor Committee. Precisely the time to have that debate. Now, I would not support sending every resolution to committee. But on something like this, it is absolutely valid to let those people come in and testify, to let our friends who are members of unions to come in and testify, and to share their perspective. And then you can weigh what you want to do. You're going to break with your party and you're going to vote with small business owners, or are you going to toe the party line?
Representative McNulty.
That type of debate happens in committee. So I suppose we can go through the list of every relevant committee and maybe some committees that aren't necessarily relevant and have this conversation over and over again to highlight the fact that this deserves a level of input from those who are affected. But I leave you with this question. Why are you afraid of hearing the public on this issue? Why are you afraid of opening the doors of our state government and allowing your constituents to come in and testify on increasing the minimum wage? Ask for an aye vote on Representative Sonnenberg's motion.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative McNulty, I want to thank you for your comments. But I want to be very clear to you that as chair of the Business Committee and the members of my committee, we hear bills every day. We are not afraid to hear this issue. We are having a spirited debate right here on this chamber floor. We hear from our constituents every day. So let's be clear and let's stick to the resolution. The resolution is to support the minimum wage increase with Congress, not here on the House floor. So if we stick back to the subject, let's get back to what the resolution is offering, then we can finish hearing this and finish this debate here on the floor.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sorry to see the small business owners leaving the chamber, because I was actually going to thank them, because it's actually 85% of small businesses that don't pay minimum wage. So I'm not sure what all they would be offering other than to say, we don't pay minimum wage. 2/3 of minimum wage workers work for large corporations. And so I wanted to thank them so much for what they're doing. In terms of the referring this to the Business Committee, this is not legislation. Let's not tie up the committee with a resolution that's asking Congress to do something, and let's actually allow the committee to continue to do the actual work, the actual statute work of the state. So I ask for a no on the referral to the Business Committee.
Representative Joshi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I stand here in support of Representative Sonnenberg's resolution to send it to the Business and Labor Committee. It's very appropriate that we are talking about this resolution today when we have parties which would be affected, both businesses and the employees. So this was very appropriate. We can debate here all day long, but it will be among us, not with the parties which are affected. So it's very important that we get their input. And the only way we can get their input is in the committee. And I would like to hear what they have to say, both sides. I'm not asking just one side. I'm saying we should hear from every side that what they think about what we are doing here today. So I ask to support Representative Sonnenberg's idea here.
Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we are the people's house. Let us not forget that. We have the privilege of serving our constituents at their privilege, being elected here to serve them as their representatives. On important resolutions such as this, not every resolution elevates itself to the importance of this, but it is a message that we are sending from this chamber, in this case to Congress, saying this is what the people of Colorado believe in and want to see. And on a resolution with a message as important as this, the people deserve to have input. We care about Colorado. We care about the people of Colorado, the workers of Colorado, the employees, the business owners. And they all should have a say when we're sending a message as this one on their behalf. And I ask for a yes vote on the Sonnenberg motion.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I ask for a no vote on the amendment. And the reason why is that this is a resolution. It's not a bill. But more than anything, I really wanted to come up here and respond to Representative McNulty about, are you scared to have this conversation? And we're not scared to have this conversation because I think it is a very important conversation, particularly for business owners in the state and particularly for organizations like the NFIB. You know, the NFIB has repeatedly advocated against high tax rates and trying to keep rates low for businesses.
Representative Duran, can we keep to the motion to go back to business, or go to business, not back?
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is to the motion to have this conversation and why this is important to have this conversation. I don't think that the amendment is necessary because this is a resolution and not a bill. However, it is very important to recognize the amount of business taxes that go directly to assisting individuals in poverty in this state. And that needs to be part of the conversation.
Representative Duran, when we get to the resolution, we can talk about that. But right
thank
now,
you, Mr. Speaker. And I am against the motion to extend it back to business. But I look forward to continuing to have that conversation with you, Representative McNulty, as soon as we get back to the resolution.
Thank you, Representative Duran. Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to take my 10 minutes to debate the question of whether or not this ought to be referred back to the committee. And as I do that, I notice that it is now nearing the noon hour. If anyone's aides are listening, they might want to come on down to the floor of the House and take lunch orders because we're just now on the motion to refer. Which is to the motion what I've just said, because this is a complex topic. Now, there's been this implication that this is some extraordinary thing to refer this to a committee. As many of you know, I have been here for some time now, and I carried a resolution some time ago, 4, 5, 6 years ago, when I was before we were in the majority and we were returned to this ignominious status that we hold now. And I introduced a resolution, and it was a little unusual. And lo and behold, my resolution went to State Affairs. And I went to Speaker Carroll and I said, oh my goodness, you know, this is a resolution that's supported by a lot of different people. It's gone to State Affairs. And he said, no, I didn't know, and I thought there might be some debate on it, so I sent it to State Affairs. Don't take any adverse inference to that. And I went to State Affairs, and we had the discussion there, and it was useful because those who were in support of that particular resolution were able to come in and talk to the committee and answer questions. Now, as you've seen from the debate here this morning on the resolution and the many amendments, there is much disagreement about the minimum wage. There seem to be two divergent schools of thought about the minimum wage. This body, well, before I say that, let me say this. I am surprised, Representative Melton, that you come to the well and say, well, this is just a resolution. We don't need to be going to committee with it. If it's important enough to do, and it is important enough for this body to spend the several hours that we will spend today on it, and I don't think, by the way, that that was done without some foresight and knowledge on the part of the majority, because if it was done that way, then I am sorely disappointed. You underestimate us. This is an important issue. It is an important public policy issue. Just this morning, in the 5 minutes that I had, I was able to come up with pages and pages of studies about the effect of the minimum wage. And over here on the left are visitors from the service employees who I fully believe would like to come in and testify and be heard about this resolution. I know members of the National Federation of Independent Business would like to come and be heard about this resolution. Where do you stand, Representative Gardner? Where do you stand, members of the House of Representatives? And the really beautiful part about it is when we're done with it here, it'll go over to the Senate and maybe they can take it to committee and those citizens can be heard again on this very important issue. We have heard things like 500,000 jobs will be lost, and others have come down and said, well, that's not really, that's spurious. Well, I would love to hear, particularly at about 7:30 when I haven't had dinner, but I won't be in the committee, unless someone would like to move it to Judiciary, and I'm sure Chairman Kagan would approve of that as well. I would like to hear competing economists. This would be my joy as an 8-year member of the House of Representatives to hear from economists at length from all over the country, because I think we could draw them all here. And this is an important public debate. Were it not an important public debate, I have to believe the sponsors would not have brought this resolution. If it's not important, elsewise, why would we be spending this kind of time? So the question of referring to committee, it's not unusual. It has been done. It hasn't just been done by Republicans. It has been done when there was need for discussion, when the issue was important. When the public wished to be heard, and of the things that I heard in the interim, and I heard them from constituents one-on-one, and I heard them at town hall meetings, and I heard them at the ballot box, citizens wish to be heard. By bringing this directly to the floor, and we do that on many resolutions that are non-controversial, but by bringing this to the floor, we have bypassed an important part of the process where members of the public can come and say to the General Assembly, to the House of Representatives, House members, Business Committee, Business and Labor Affairs, what an appropriately named committee to send it to when you argue about the minimum wage, Business and Labor Affairs. Because that's what this is going to be about. That's the discussion. And those are the people who would like to come to Chairman Williams' committee. So members, this is a well-founded motion. It is a motion for the good of the business of the chamber, because one of the other reasons that we have committee work is so we don't do it on the floor and delay the other business of the floor. This would be a prudent thing to do. Think of the things that militate in favor of moving this to committee. We will not be here for the next 3 or 4 hours debating amongst ourselves without having heard from the public. We will have an opportunity to hear from the public. We will have an opportunity to amend the resolution, work upon language that might be bipartisan. I'm not optimistic about that, but I've been surprised in this process that perhaps we would reach a bipartisan resolution about the minimum wage. Or at least you might peel off one Republican, maybe not. But, Mr. Speaker, members, This is an appropriate resolution or an appropriate motion. It's an appropriate resolution for committee work. Again, I'm just thinking of all of those economists who can come in and educate the Business and Labor Affairs Committee about the effects of minimum wage. There's a Congressional Budget Office study. I have to tell you, I didn't have an opportunity to read it last night. It's probably several hundred pages long, and I would want to read that before this resolution comes to the floor. And when it comes to the floor, I wouldn't have to read all of it to you. I would only need to read selected parts so that I could get it down to roughly 10 minutes, or 10 minutes on each of the motions that would be run on the floor. In all seriousness, this is an important resolution, or else it would not have been brought. We would not be fighting over it the way that we are, fighting in the legislative sense, not in the antagonistic sense. We would not be disputing, debating. And the place for that is in committee. And so I would ask for support for the motion to refer. And while it pains me to do so, I will give up whatever small balance of time I may have and simply ask for an aye vote.
Representative Gardner, you have 40 seconds remaining, and I am impressed. I didn't think anyone could talk for 9 minutes and 20 seconds on a motion to send to committee and actually stay within the motion and not deviate. So very good job, Representative Gardner. I am impressed. Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, am impressed, but nevertheless asked for a no on this motion. Representative Gardner stated that we need a committee meeting so people can ask and find out where we stand on this issue. I'll tell you where I stand. I stand with workers. I stand with families shedding their blood, sweat, and tears every day to try to make ends meet and provide for their families. That's where I stand, and I don't need a committee meeting to figure that out. No on this motion.
Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this motion not only is appropriate, but given the groups, again, that we have here today, and given that this resolution was just read across the desk last night, most of us never had an opportunity to get to read it before it was brought up today. I think this resolution is absolutely appropriate in a committee setting, and it's no different for what this calls for, because the groups that are here today, SEIU and NFIB, have actually in Washington D.C. been having this debate. NFIB has said that, they've been bringing small business people to the Capitol to lobby against this. They are talking about how small businesses with increased rules, increased regs, increased health care costs cannot afford one more regulation on them. And SEIU has argued that this deals with poverty, and this is where they're coming from. I think this is an absolutely appropriate debate to have at the Business and Labor Affairs Committee. And I think so, not only because I agree with Rep. Gardner on the macroeconomics. I mean, we'll get some real economists here. I mean, people who didn't just read the textbook, but people who are practicing and doing the studies and actually really talking to businesses. And they can come and testify. We can have union people come and testify. This would be an excellent debate. I can't think of anything better and a better use of our time than having members of NFIB and our chambers and other small businesses in the same room with labor to talk about mandatory hiking the minimum wage. And frankly, not only do we stand with the families who are owners of small businesses, I stand with the small businesses who are deeply concerned that this goes on autopilot and that they basically will have no say, which is, by the way, what NFIB said at the Capitol. So, members, I rise in support of this and urge us all to bring transparency to this issue, because we did not. This is just sprung on us today. That we have a full and robust debate on this issue.
Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I also rise in support of referring this measure to the Business Committee. I think we've heard over and over again today the effects this may or may not have on businesses and employees around the state. And as a small business owner myself, I stand for workers. I have phenomenal employees at my company. But I think we need to recognize the fact that there are companies around this state, small, family-owned, minority-owned, women-owned companies who are struggling, who don't have the huge profit margins that I had referred to earlier in this debate. They're hanging on by the skin of their teeth, and those are the voices that we need to hear. And this is the opportunity to have those voices heard in a business committee. When you're trying to maintain your business and keep your employees, and you might be operating on a 3%, maybe 5% profit margin, an increase in the minimum wage would have a tremendous effect on the livelihood of your business and the ability to keep your employees employed.
Can we please keep it to the motion?
This is why it's so important that this be referred to the Business Committee. Give those small businesses the opportunity to voice their concerns. If they support it, let them say so. If they don't, let them say that too. Let's have a chance to hear from the business owners, the employees, the economists, the people from NFIB who were up in the gallery earlier, the people that we affect every day. And all I hear in this chamber for the last year and a half since I've been here is we should all be bipartisan. We should make everything transparent. Well, this is the opportunity to make this transparent and make this bipartisan. If we want to include the voices of people across Colorado in their ability to testify in an open and honest business committee forum, this is what we should be doing. That's exactly why we're down here, is to listen to our constituents, to make sure that we represent the people across this state. And that's why I believe it's essentially important that we hear this in the Business Committee. I would ask for an aye vote on this.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also support Representative Saunders' motion to send this to the Business Committee, and I'll tell you why. Members, I hope this isn't a line of demarcation for us. A line of demarcation that says that bipartisanship is over, that this is the beginning of long nights,
Representative Sane, we are
Therefore,
at
I
the motion.
support this motion, Mr. Speaker, because this would be a bipartisan effort. I keep hearing that this resolution is just a resolution, doesn't rise to the importance of a bill. However, obviously it is important because we're all here and we're debating it. And obviously there is a bipartisan divide on this particular resolution. And we've sent resolutions to committees before. And maybe in those committees we'll hear from those families that are working hard and bleeding, as Representative Moreno said. But maybe we're going to hear from some of those families that this would make them bleed more. Maybe we'll hear some of those stories, and maybe we'll hear from small business and from the unions. So I support this motion because this does rise to the level of importance of having more debate amongst those constituents that we both represent, and would give them a voice. So I urge a yes vote on this motion.
Representative Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I also rise in support of this motion to refer this resolution to the Business and Labor Affairs Committee. We've heard repeatedly, and I think this is bipartisan, this is an important resolution. No question of that. Look at what's happened here. And Mr. Speaker, I recognize that you were correct on the rules. Well within the scope of the rules to have this important resolution introduced last night and read across the desk and introduced this morning. And I actually spoke with my friend, the Assistant Minority Leader, Representative Pabon, and he said this is done all the time, and that's true. But this is not a garden variety resolution. This is one that obviously has sparked a very heated debate on both sides of this issue. And I think that given how this resolution came to us, there is no possible way that the citizens of this state could have weighed in on this. It's not possible. Read across the desk last night, we got to it almost first thing this morning. It just didn't happen. And I think others have talked about how important it is to have the citizens weigh in on this important resolution more eloquently than I can. But I think we can all agree that this is important, and I wish that we could agree that it would be important to hear from the citizens of this state on both labor and business side of this issue. So for those reasons, I urge a yes vote on this motion.
Representative McNulty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Moreno, I would suspect that everyone elected to this chamber stands with the workers of Colorado. Every one of us stands with those who shed their blood, their sweat, and their tears to make our state a better place, to put food on the table for their families and a roof over their heads. Some days are tougher than others, we all know that. Some jobs are harder than others, and we all know that. When discussing this issue, the best way for the debate to be educated by it is to listen to them in committee. And the only apparent difference between us today, Representative Moreno, is this. In supporting Representative Sonnenberg's motion, I want to hear their stories. I want those stories to be told in committee. Now, I didn't intend to wear SEIU purple today. Yes, Representative Williams she's already fitted me with the SEIU lanyard, so whichever one of you donated this cause, thank you. I appreciate it very much. Notice that I'm still wearing it. We can have fun down here, too, even as we're debating these important issues. The question before us right now is, do we want to hear those stories? Do we want to hear the stories of the workers, the laborers, coming to committee and sharing their experience? Do we want to hear the reflections of the small business owners who are working so hard to make ends meet in these difficult times, who have had to have the difficult discussions with employees that their hours are being cut or they're being let go because the work simply isn't there? Let's hear from those people. And yes, it may be a long committee hearing. Lots of people would like to share their stories on this, I suspect, share their experiences. But that's why we're elected. At its core, our job is not simply to cast votes, but our job is to listen. For me, my primary concern is listening to the working families and small businesses of Highlands Ranch. We are educated by listening to the stories, reflections, and recollections of those who we don't represent. Our districts themselves are diverse. Our state is not homogeneous. What the small businesses and the laborers in Highlands Ranch are experiencing is different than those from Pueblo or Colorado Springs or Montrose or, yes, even Denver. And so to have the committee hearing, to have this debate, to have this discussion, and to welcome that openness, welcome those stories, welcome those reflections, would help educate this process. Colleagues, I hope that you vote yes on Representative Sonnenberg's motion to refer this to committee for a full, open, transparent, and yes, invited committee hearing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just like Representative McNulty and Representative Moreno, I know exactly where I stand on this issue. I stand with the voice of the people of Colorado. It is our duty to hear their voice. We could do just that with a simple vote of letting this come to the committee that deals with these issues. And in fact, as Representative Melton had said, we don't need to tie up our committees with these resolutions. Well, I have the calendar right here. I always thought that whatever terminology you want to use, tying up committees, letting people's voices be heard in committee, however you want to call it, it's our job. That's what people elected us to do, to sit in our committees and listen to the voice of the people. That's what committee is for. That's the only voice they have in this Capitol, is to come down here, air their views in front of a committee of reference. So today, in the Business Committee, we have one bill. Pretty sure adding another wouldn't tie it up. Next week, on Tuesday and on Thursday, when the Business Committee meets, we have no bills scheduled. Perfect opportunity to let the business owners, the employees, come down to the Capitol, the place where their voice can be heard, and testify on this resolution. Therefore, I stand with Representative Sonnenberg's motion to move the resolution to the Business Committee.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will give just one brief one example of a question, if by sending this to a committee, could be asked and maybe answered. And those of you that are teachers might appreciate that I'll give a little math lesson here. Example of a question we might hear in committee. Small business A has 20 employees. They have a mixture of full-time employees and a mixture of part-time employees. So averages out to about 30 hours a week. Simple math would tell us 20 times 30, 600 hours a week. By raising it $2 an hour, 2 times 600 is $1,200 in extra labor per week that this small business owner now would have to pay. Multiply that times 52 weeks, comes out to $62,400 for that small business owner.
Representative Moreno?
Yes.
Geez. Sorry. Mr. Minority Leader, I understand your question, but your question is sounding more like a speech than a question. So can we get back to the
It is
motion?
an example of a question that could be brought up in committee, and I'll
Well,
be there.
but
I'm
if it
turning
gets to committee, then you can bring up that question. But for now, please stick to the motion at hand.
So that business owner would get a chance to explain to the committee where in the world would they get that $62,400? What if the business owner is only making $50,000? What's he going to do? What if he's making $70,000? Well, now he's got to live on $7,600 a year. Those are the type of questions that could be asked and answered when we get to a committee. Those would be a question that a business owner could actually testify to. And maybe you'll hear compelling evidence or testimony from that business owner and be like, gosh, those business owners, they've got so much cash, they can absorb that $62,000 a year. Let's pass this thing out. Or you might hear something different. But those are conversations that we can't hear from the business community because this resolution is on the floor and not in a committee. If you truly want to make a statement to Congress or a letter to Santa Claus, as the Speaker likes to say these are, well, let's at least send that letter to Santa Claus with as much information as possible. And I think the best way we can do that would be to send this to a committee and let all sides have input. We're not saying send it to a committee and just let an FIB or small business or large business testify. No, this could be open to everybody. This could be that working family that they're riding the train to work every day, as Representative Fields talked about, or the constituents of Representative Melton that he knows are out there hurting. We all have them in our district. Those folks can also come to committee as well and testify, hey, here's how much it costs me to live and how I cannot afford to live because of perhaps my wages. They would also get a chance to come to committee and testify and give their stories as well. Members, we've heard so many arguments today or in the last hour about how sending a resolution to committee is not something that's crazy. It's not something that's not ever done. It's something that happens every year. It is something that is appropriate, and I urge an aye vote on the motion to send this to the Business and Labor Committee.
Representative Sonnenberg, for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members, thank you for the debate. I think it is always important that we err on the side of caution to listening to the constituents of the people of Colorado. This motion is an opportunity for us to have that dialogue with those constituents as they come in to their house, their capital, and their committee room to have their voice heard. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion to send this bill to the Business Labor Committee, or this resolution, House Joint Resolution 1012, to the Business and Labor Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, is there objection to taking a voice vote? Yes. There is. Mr. Kohler, please. The question before the House is to move House Joint Resolution 1012 to the Business, Labor, and Economic and Workforce Development Committee. That is actually the name of the committee, not the Business Labor Affairs Committee. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine. Members proceed to vote. I think it's 27 to 36. I mean, 37 to 26.
Yes vote sends you to lunch.
Representatives Hollinghorst, Priola, Rosenthal, and Waller. Ed Board? Representative Hollinghorst excused. Representatives Rosenthal and Waller. Oh, Rosenthal voted. Representative Waller, is he coming?
I need that vote. You need that vote. Instead of losing 35-27, it lose 35-28.
Just find him and move on.
Yeah.
Can he run across the street? lost the, hopefully he made 10-10 while he's, there you go. Close the machine with 28 aye votes, 35 no votes, 2 excused and 0 absent. The motion, Representative Sonnenberg's motion to move it to Business, Labor, Economic, and Workforce Development Committee is lost. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And sorry, members, we could have been adjourning now and going to lunch, but we will continue. One of the things I wanted to point out was to rebut, I guess, a comment that was made by Representative Melton probably about 45 minutes ago. And he said he was sad that the NFIB members had left because he wanted to inform them that 85% of small businesses don't pay minimum wage, so 85% of them would not be affected by this bill. Well, maybe that chapter was left out of the economics class or those pages were missing in that book. But let me tell you how the real world actually works. So for me, for instance, I have some workers that I pay minimum wage to, but actually only after a few months, most of them all get raises, and there's only a small percentage of them that actually still make minimum wage. But if I was to raise minimum wage or minimum wage was to be raised, all of those folks now that make above minimum wage, well, they would see the people under them pushed up to their level. And suddenly, a person that might have been working there for me for 2 years that's now making $1 or $2 an hour above minimum wage or $2 an hour above minimum wage now suddenly sees that brand new employee walking in the door, that 16 or 17-year-old walking in the door and making the same amount of money as they are. So now they're going to come to me and say, Brian, what gives? Keep it real here. I've been here for 2 years. I've done a great job. I'm a great asset to your company. And because I've been an asset, you've been giving me raises for 2 years, and now I'm all of a sudden making the same money as that 16-year-old kid that's walking in fresh off the street with 0 experience. And I will have to tell employee B that you're right. And so now as a business owner, I'm going to be forced to look at that person and have to give them a raise as well. And then that's going to filter out to, I have assistant managers that now all make a certain percentage more than what minimum wage or brand new employees make. And then all of a sudden, I'm going to have to give them all a raise too. And then my store managers are going to be like, Brian, I'm the general manager of this store. I come in here and I work my tail off for you, and now I'm making the same pay as that assistant manager. I need to get a raise. And so then you can see the ripple effect that's going to have. So to make a statement that 85% of small businesses don't pay minimum wage, so therefore this won't affect 85% of the businesses, is an absolute non-true statement. Trying to be nice. And so I don't know if that economics class at that school left that part out, but Representative Melton, just to kind of rebut your comment, to think that this somehow won't affect 85% of the businesses of Colorado is an absolute non-true statement. And with that, I will let somebody else take over, and maybe they'll try to argue against that point.
Madam Assistant Minority Leader. Okay, Representative Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to talk about the rural aspect of the minimum wage and give you some information that I have here that says the cost of living difference in urban and rural areas is enormous. One cost calculator, for example, that does a bank rate moving cost of living calculator estimates that the difference between urban and rural areas of persons with a $30,000 income in the rural community is about 36%. Some are 23%. And these wages reflect these cost differentials. The takeaway that comes from that is an increase in minimum wage principally affects those in rural areas and is irrelevant to higher urban areas. It fits neither, but it effectively becomes a war on rural areas. And that's the impact that we have with jobs in rural areas of the state which can't afford the economic drivers that you have here along the I-25 corridor. That comes from an analysis, a logical analysis through data, through common sense, those type of things. I would urge you, members, to think about when you have one plan that fits all. The short, fat guys like me in rural Colorado, that plan doesn't always fit. Keep that in mind, members.
Representative, Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the spirit of keeping it real, I want to say, really? Really? The fight for higher wages is real. And the solution I've been hearing is send it back to committee? Really? And then we just heard some remarks saying that it was a war against rural and urban. This is about families. This is about families who are trying to live from paycheck to paycheck. And when you're living from paycheck to paycheck, sometimes you have to make trade-offs. And that trade-off might be, I have to delay getting my car fixed. Or it might mean that, I can't pay my daycare worker this week so that I can pick up some extra hours. Really? Send a resolution to committee so that we can hear from workers?
Representative Fields, can we talk about the resolution and not a lost? Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I'd like to do is to give a visual about what it's like to live from paycheck to paycheck, because it's extremely hard. And in my mind, it's just doing the right thing. Trying to make ends meet on a livable and on a minimum wage is just not doable. We have people working very, very hard, 40 hours a week, and still living in poverty. This is a serious conversation, and you want to send this resolution back? I know. We're talking about the resolution. Raising the minimum wage is a good thing to do for working class families. It would boost our economy. It would lift people up out of poverty. And it's just beyond me why we're having all of this political grandstanding. Instead of doing the right thing, we just need to pass this resolution on to Congress and shift our mindsets to the people who kind of need this kind of support. I urge a yes on this resolution.
Representative Tyler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 1968 was a pretty remarkable year for a lot of reasons. One of the reasons is that there was the peak of the value of the minimum wage, which at that time, I believe, I could be misremembering this, but it was about $1.25 an hour. That was the peak value of the minimum wage. Ed Quillen wrote a column. He was a columnist in the Rocky Mountain News and the Denver Post about 5 years ago that talked about that time in 1968 when you could work and make that minimum wage and still pay for rent, still support your family. You could make a living on that back then. We cannot do that today. In 1968, I was in college. I worked during the summers at pretty good jobs. I worked during the school year at minimum wage jobs. I was able to support my living expenses in college on a minimum wage job. You can no longer do that today. That's the purpose of what we're trying to do here. We have left thousands, millions of people behind who work full-time, who work hard, who work as hard as we do, if not harder, and cannot make a living. If you are working for minimum wage, you're working a pretty tough job, you probably qualify for food stamps, you may qualify for Medicaid, so the people of Colorado, thankfully, are helping out with that, but by golly, you should have a fair day's pay for a fair day's work. That happened in 1968. We've been going downhill ever since. It's not happening today for the hardworking people of Colorado who are trying to find their way to support their family, which they could have done in 1968 and they cannot do today. I think it's important we provide people value for the capital, value for the labor they provide, so businesses can thrive and businesses can grow, because you're going to increase demand and be able to do a much better job of taking care of our people of Colorado. Thank you.
Representative Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to respond to Representative Fields. Let me paint a picture. There we go again. Why am I any different than somebody else that's trying to make a living, working at McDonald's, taking the food home, putting it in the freezer, trying to make a budget, trying to live paycheck to paycheck? I'm no different. But I don't understand why my fellow colleagues from the other side thinks that government knows what's best for our economy. And why, again, are they getting their nose in the economy when government has no business in trying to improve our economy? Thank you.
Representative Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative DELGROSSO asked us to look at the way the real world works. I'd like to do that. The real world, with our economy set up the way it is, with the minimum wage being set up so that it does not afford a living wage to a full-time adult worker who's doing a job in a dignified, hard-working way, cannot afford, without help from his pay, to simply feed, clothe, house, and get medical care for him and his family, or for her and her family. That is the real world that the minimum wage worker lives in. But we're not so heartless in the way we've set up our economy to say, oh, we won't even allow you, even though you work full-time, to get food, because you can apply for food stamps, or the SNAP program as it's now known. You can apply for food stamps, but we'll tell you...
Representative Kagan. Can we please take our side conversations off the floor? Thank you. Representative Kagan.
So we're not so heartless to say, okay, the minimum wage isn't livable, but we'll let you eat. You can apply for food stamps. We're not so heartless to say the minimum wage won't allow you to get housing, but we will house you. You can apply for Section 8 housing and be a ward of the state. We're not so heartless to say you can't have any medical care. So we say you can go and sit in line in the emergency room whenever you have an urgent, desperate medical need. We do these things, and by doing those things, we insult the dignity of hardworking people by telling them, yes, you work hard. Yes, you come to work every day, 8 hours a day. But if you want to feed, clothe, and house your family and provide medical care for them, you are going to have to come begging, either from our welfare programs or our emergency rooms or even on the side of the street. Is this what we want to treat our lowest paid workers to? Do we want to tell them, you can work full-time, but we are going to say how and when you get medical care and food stamps and all that stuff? That is an insult to the dignity of working people across this country, and it should stop. And the way to stop it is to raise the minimum wage. I urge an aye vote to this resolution.
Representative Lawrence, did you? Madam Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And because the rules are so important to this esteemed body, and we must all follow them, I don't know how long ago, hour and a half ago, I withdrew L012 as a substitute amendment. I would like to now move L012 and as a real amendment and have it displayed, please.
Amendment L012 is properly displayed. Representative Szabo, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And back to what we talked about an hour and a half ago, about some of the statistics that have come out on this issue, and how important that if we actually have a congressional budget office, that we listen to them and we listen to the data that comes out from that body. Or there's no need for that body. If it just goes in one ear and out the other, then there's no need for it, and we're wasting tax dollars on it. That's what I'm hearing, that isn't the correct data, that isn't the real data, that we have all kinds of other data. But this is the data that the American people pay for and ask for. It's nonpartisan. And I feel like they do a great job. What came out of there, that if the minimum wage was raised to $10.10, it would cost our economy 500,000 jobs. That would be a travesty. That would be a travesty to the good working people of this country. Representative Moreno, you mentioned that $10.10 was not mentioned anywhere in this resolution. If you vote yes on this amendment, it could be mentioned. Therefore, let's trust what we pay for and the data that comes out of the Congressional Budget Office, and I ask for an aye vote on L012.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L012? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll finish my comments from when we were discussing this before it was ruled a substitute and we weren't going to do that. So if you remember back a few minutes ago, or 30 or 40 or an hour, we were talking about, this came after we were talking about a survey that was done from small businesses and said that we might have to lay people off. And so we said that we brought this amendment to say that, well, if we don't trust those small businesses, let's trust the folks out in D.C., because if we don't trust the business, let's trust somebody else. Let's find somebody that maybe you do trust. Because maybe if enough people actually say it, you might actually start sinking in that if we raise the cost of something, fewer people will buy something. And then when it comes to labor, if you raise the cost, fewer businesses will buy it and therefore will cost jobs. And if you don't believe the crazy Republicans like myself that are down here in the well that are saying that if we raise this, yes, some people will be lifted up, but many more will lose their jobs. If we want to say DELGROSSO doesn't know what in the world he's talking about, well, let's look at the Congressional Budget Office and what they have to say. And again, this doesn't strike anything out of the resolution. Everything in the resolution is still as it was before. This isn't a strike blow. This doesn't take any of the other stuff out. This just adds to it. This is going to Congress to say, look, take a look at the minimum wage. And then we're going to direct them to look at their own Congressional Budget Office and what they have to say about minimum wage as well. It boggles my mind to think that why we could not put this in here. I urge an aye vote on L012.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, members. I support this amendment as well. Representative Kagan said something about being heartless. Well, I think eliminating jobs is rather heartless. And this statement needs to be in the resolution for many reasons. And one is the effect this will have on some of those businesses that are very labor intensive. What minimum wage does is it makes employer necessarily discriminate against low-skilled workers. I'm going to tell you a story of opportunity. It's a story of my life, a story where I began working when I was 11 years old. The reason why I started working 11 years old on the paper route, work 3 hours a day after school, is so that I can supplement the family income so I can buy myself clothes. And as soon as I had an opportunity to actually get a minimum wage job, which did pay me more, I did that. But members, I worked at a company where their margin was 1%, 2%, and on a good year, maybe 3%. So a 39% increase in minimum wage, I wouldn't have not had that opportunity. I wouldn't have reached that first rung. And I learned a great skill set that allowed me to continue forward. So please, I do recommend adding this amendment because we do need some reality here. And this is a slice of reality. Thank you.
Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to this amendment, you know, for those of you who have actually signed the front of a paycheck out there, and I know there are quite a few of us in this room, anytime you give your employees a raise, and we give our employees a raise when they deserve it and when we can afford it. But what that does is raise our cost of doing business. And when it raises our cost of doing business, it raises our prices. And when you're in a competitive market where your margins are 3 to 5%, and you're actively bidding against companies that have different wage rates in place, so you don't know exactly where they are, any small change can make a huge impact on the viability of your company. And I think this amendment says that very clearly. It's a recognition of the effect of employee salaries on the health and welfare of the company that they're working for. It's the recognition that when you raise a salary, you raise your cost and necessarily raise your prices that then the public has to pay for. It's a cycle. So even though you may be giving someone a raise, you've just raised the cost of something that they may consume. You may be raising the cost of a government service that they take advantage of. And I think we need to recognize that, yeah, I did not take economics in college. I learned this on the job. So I am getting real here. This is how this affects the real world when you run a business. Any changes in your labor costs, which are usually the highest driver of the cost of a business, will have a significant impact on how you run that business, and it certainly may result in the loss of hundreds of thousands of jobs. So I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Further discussion, Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In an effort to keep it real and keep it simple, I have a picture that I'd like to have displayed. About sometime this morning, we heard about economic books. I have books, as do many of you, and if you've read those books, and I'm sure you have, you've learned something about the supply and demand curve, and it's very simple. Demand is equal to what people want. It's called the law of demand. And in a market economy, when supply and demand equal, that's when people buy things. So as you raise the price of a widget or a service, fewer people want that widget or service. So yes, we've heard a lot about the number of people who live in poverty and how this will take them out of poverty, and it probably will momentarily until the price of that widget goes so high that nobody can afford it. And when that happens, their jobs are lost. So in the short term, you could be right. People will make more money. But in the long term, there's only two possibilities. People will stop buying the widget because they can't afford it, and that leads to the second step, and that's the closure of a business. When people cannot afford what's being sold, and I can guarantee you the price of labor is quite often the largest portion of that widget or that service, it will affect businesses. And the amendment that used to be up there will, in fact, come true. Jobs will be lost. So please, all of you with your books, go back to them, and you'll realize that this is counterintuitive. Thank you.
Representative Murray. Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this amendment refers to a congressional Budget Office study that is 43 pages long. I don't think, Mr. Speaker, I'll be able to get through the 43 pages in 10 minutes.
You can start and we'll see how far you get.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The relevant piece of this, at least in summary, is this. And Representative Szabo, I just want to say I appreciate your amendment, but it might not be right. Everybody, I wanted to get everybody's attention. It might not be right because really what the Congressional Budget Office says is, and by the way, you know, economists are as bad as lawyers on the one hand and on the other hand. It says that the change in employment, the central estimate is 500,000 workers lost jobs, Representative Szabo. And so that is a good number to use. It is quite accurate as far as it goes. But the simple fact of the matter is the correct number may be 1 million workers. Now, true enough, it might only be 100,000. But if you're one of the 100,000, then I think, you know what they say about a crisis in unemployment. If you're unemployed, it's always a crisis for you. There are some other interesting things about this figure and the Congressional Budget Office study. The increased earnings, they say the increased earnings for some workers would be accompanied by reductions in real inflation-adjusted income for people who became jobless because of the minimum wage increase, for business owners, and for consumers facing higher prices. The consequence of this is also that not everyone, now, my friend Representative Fields was eloquent about those people who were supporting their families, but the fact of the matter is those earnings would not only go to low-income families. Just 19% of this increase that we're discussing would accrue to families with earnings below the poverty threshold. 29% would accrue to families earning more than 3 times the poverty threshold. And that's because often in a family you'll have a minimum wage worker who is a teenager or a second or third wage earner, and there will be someone who's a high wage earner in the economy. Now, for those below the poverty threshold, this is very real. I do not want anyone to construe what I'm saying to be a minimization of that economic plight. Rather, I want to highlight that what this amendment highlights, there is a set of costs associated with this that hurts some other people. And those other people are real, and it is no less difficult for them. What's so compelling about this amendment is that it focuses on 500, maybe a million other people that are affected by this. So sure, we raise the minimum wage for a set of people, and we put another set of people out of work. The Congressional Budget Office report is very clear. When we raise the minimum wage, some set of someone's, 500,000 perhaps, maybe 1 million, will be worse off. That's what this amendment is trying to highlight, is fine, raise the minimum wage. It's a public policy choice, but some people will be hurt. Some small business owners will be hurt. I know small business owners that don't make as much out of their small business as the employees they hire. This amendment reminds me of a conversation I had with a restaurant owner in my community when the minimum wage was increased early here, when Colorado did that. And it illustrates this issue that's raised in the amendment. This restaurant owner, himself a small business person, he started as a bartender. He didn't become a public trustee, though. He became a restaurant owner, not being a former legislator. And I said, what's going to happen to you with this increase in minimum wage? And he said, well, here's the problem. I've been having my employees come in at 10 a.m. to do setup, and I've had, I don't remember exactly the number, 5 of them come in and do it. Maybe it was 6. He said, I am now going to have them come in at 11 and make them be productive because I have no choice, and I am only going to have 5 of them. So an hour less for the workers and 1 fewer of the workers. That's where those 500,000 or 1 million people come from when you go to $10.10 an hour. My friend and colleague said, do the right thing. Well, this amendment highlights the fact that the right thing ain't so easy. It ain't so clear. Is the right thing to put 500,000 people out of work? Is that the right thing? I don't think in anybody's universe you can say, well, I'm putting 500,000 people out of work. That's the right thing to do. Sure, if you couch it as, I'm going to support the raise of the minimum wage so people will make more money, a fallacy, or at least an overgeneralization, then it sounds really good. This amendment seeks to highlight the fact that the right thing may be more complicated than that. This amendment highlights something that I object to strenuously here this morning and this afternoon, and I will until the end of the day here in the well, that those of us who oppose this resolution or impose an increase in the minimum wage do so because we don't care about people, or that we are hard-hearted, or that we want to sacrifice people at the expense of those rapacious businesses. This amendment is about the economic reality. Here's the thing about those 500,000 people. This is not about their worth as human beings. Every human being has intrinsic and inestimable worth, but their labor has different values in the economy.
Gardner, your time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. I have not failed in my task. I ask for an aye vote on L012.
Representative Joshi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Representative Szabo, for bringing this amendment. Members, this is precisely what I made the point earlier this morning. When you have only finite amount of money, you can only use it for one or the other thing. When the minimum wage goes up and your salary cost goes up, the businesses will have to cut somewhere. And the biggest expense, of course, is the personnel, and that's where it will hit. Unless you are federal government. Because for businesses, there are no trees where the money is growing. Except when you're federal government, you might have a money grow somewhere in China, and you can always order that money. But we can't do that. When you are a small business, you have to look at everything, every penny that comes in and every penny where it goes out. You have to really look for that. So members, this amendment is very important. I think it really shows what will happen with our action here. So please vote for this amendment.
Representative Murray? Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the question before the House is the passage of Amendment L012. I assume and have been told there is objection to a voice vote. So, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representatives Becker, Everett, Garcia, McLaughlin, Lebsack, Humphrey, Primavera, Priola, and Melton. Close the machine. With 27 aye votes, 36 no votes, 2 excused, and 0 absent, the amendment L012 is lost. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move L008 and ask that it be displayed, please.
Amendment 8 is properly displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is something that I have believed for a long time, and as I have watched our economy change and I've seen more and more unskilled, low-wage workers, it really concerns me about the future of our country, that we should not see these low-wage jobs as the end of the road for people who are in those jobs, that it should be their first job on the way to something else. So the fact that our country is now seeing that many of these low-wage jobs are all that are offered to many of our people, are all that they are capable of doing, I think that really says something about one of the areas where we're failing, according to the business community that tells me they have job openings, but the potential employees don't have the job skills. And we're not talking about necessarily sophisticated job skills. The National Association of Manufacturers reports that there are about 600,000 job openings in manufacturing. And they're looking for basic high school graduate skills. So if we have in some of our areas in Colorado, we have a 50% dropout rate, those students, where are they going for jobs? They're going to the low-wage jobs. They're not going to these manufacturing jobs that, you know, they're looking for some basic soft skills, is the way employers describe it. They're looking for people that show up for work on time. Successful school performance teaches you that. If our school districts, you know, are loving and effective with our students, that's one thing they get from finishing school. They're looking for basic literacy. They're looking for problem solvers. All of that comes from having an education. Now, we in Colorado, we've been pushing for a lot of educational reforms. We've been hearing a lot about that recently, related to our budget, and the fact that these reforms are hard. But this is why I believe that these reforms are necessary, because we have too many people that are stuck in jobs that should just be their first job, and we should be offering them the opportunity to have that second and third and that next job. And that's all about an education. You know, one of the basic skills is, can they read for information? I mean, a lineman that goes out and works on electrical lines, that's an $80,000 a year job. My local electric company says they can't find people because there are just a few basic skills that they need. Can they locate information? Can they do basic math? So in looking at people that are stuck in low-wage jobs, if we as a country, we as a state would provide them with an education, then they have something to look forward to. I often talk about a Frenchman named Alexis de Tocqueville and his book, Democracy in America. And we all know, intuitively, you cannot have a democracy if you don't have an educated population. And he went out all the way to St. Louis from the East Coast, and that was the end of the world, basically. That was the frontier when he came to visit in the 1800s. And he talked about the roughest-hewn, smelliest guy out there farming knew exactly what was going on in politics in Washington Washington, D.C. and New York and what was going on the East Coast and could have a sophisticated conversation about that. That same idea, and the reason for that is there was a value on reading and writing and intellectual pursuits that made every individual better, no matter what their position in life. And that person was making a new life for themselves. So in today's context with this particular amendment, I want to remind all of us that it is sad that we feel compelled to raise a salary for someone who does not have the skills to get beyond that particular job. So I urge an aye vote on L008.
Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Murray, thank you for your amendment. I don't think we're too far off here. This amendment, I think, could be made better by a simple language change. And that's that the minimum wage is simply a starting salary, and change it to the minimum wage should be simply a starting salary. And if you are open to that change in language, I would be happy to indicate my support for that amendment, because the reality is that by increasing the minimum wage, it would affect workers that 35% of them have some college. 16% of them have a bachelor's or higher. This affects unskilled workers as much as it affects skilled workers. And I think we can all agree that a minimum wage should be a starting salary, but not necessarily is. If you would be open to that language change, I would be happy to indicate my support for this amendment.
Representative Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would agree with that language change. I mean, that was exactly what I was thinking, that starting salary or the minimum wage should be a starting salary. I think the point, though, that needs to be made here is that that's where the minimum wage is probably where opportunity exists. It's where education exists on how to work and how to develop those skills for a job. And to the point of, many of these people have college degrees. I mean, college degrees are not always job training. There are a wide variety of college degrees that people can aspire to these days, and not all of them actually train individuals to work in the real workplace. So many of the people who actually come out of our education system are not actually qualified to work in what we would describe as a standard job. The other point I wanted to make, I'd like to go back to a couple of pieces of testimony we've heard today. I think Representative DELGROSSO's description of his pizza business is probably the closest that we've heard to actual testimony from somebody who runs a small business and hires minimum wage people. And remember what he said, that very few of the people who come into his pizza business stay at minimum wage for very long. And this is to your point, Representative Moreno, that it's a starting salary. But that minimum wage level determines how many of those, how many people actually have the opportunity to seize that starting point. And so to the very point that it's the starting salary, we need to make sure that opportunity is available for people to get that first job and to grow into it. And to Representative Kagan's testimony, which I listened to with some interest, we really don't expect in our society for minimum wage to support a family, for a person in mid-range. We expect people to enter, have the opportunity, and grow into a salary that will support a family. So, the idea that what we're doing here is establishing the wage for a person to support a family is simply inaccurate. What we're doing is developing the minimum wage is the point at which opportunity exists. It's the point at which people enter the workforce, not the point at which we expect them to exist over time.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that I can simply pull L008 and insert the substitute language. So it's still L008.
Yes. The changed amendment is now displayed with the changed language. Representative Murray.
Thank you. No, that's it.
Okay. Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Murray, for your help on this. And I would indicate my support for this amendment and encourage my colleagues to adopt this amendment. I appreciate you proposing it. Thank you.
Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, this is an interesting discussion between my two colleagues about this amendment, because in some sense it cuts both ways. And I suppose the true art and genius sometimes of legislation is to say all things to all people, particularly for resolutions. I frankly don't know where I necessarily will come down on this resolution for this reason. I took the intent of the amendment from Representative Murray to mean a particular thing. I think Representative Moreno recognizes a truth but would try to draw something else from it. I'm not certain. I don't want to ascribe people's thoughts and motives. Those of you who have been here a while, and it will only be a handful of you, will remember a series of discussions we had one long morning into the afternoon, perhaps, as I recall. I think it became known as the debate about what would Milton Friedman do. Representative Sonnenberg's not, I'm not sure if you remember that or not. Representative Primavera was here at the time. Representative Labuda, I'm just looking around. Representative McNulty will remember what would Milton Friedman do. Well, Milton Friedman has something to say about this amendment. It's a very important discussion he had about low-skilled workers and the minimum wage. Let me read a piece of that. And it addresses, Mr. Speaker, directly this question of low-skilled workers and coming into the workforce. Milton Friedman says, the fact is the programs labeled as being for the poor or for the needy almost always have effects exactly the opposite of those which their well-intentioned sponsors intend them to have. Let me give you a very simple example. Take the minimum wage law. Its well-meaning sponsors, and there are always, in these cases, two groups of sponsors. There are well-meaning sponsors, and there are special interests who are using the well-meaning sponsors to promote the idea. And you almost always have a coalition of do-gooders and special interests on the other. I'll skip the rather harsher part of that and go to the next paragraph, Mr. Speaker. But it's on YouTube if you want to find out what would Milton Friedman do. The minimum wage law is most properly described as a law saying that employers must discriminate against people who have low skills. The amendment. That's what the law says Professor Friedman. The law says that here's a man who has a skill that would justify a wage of $5 or $6 per hour. This was done at a time past. But you may not employ him. It's illegal, because if you employ him, you must pay him $9 an hour or $10.10 an hour. So what's the result? ask Dr. Friedman to employ him at $10.10 per hour is to engage in charity. There's nothing wrong with charity, but most employers are not in the position to engage in that kind of charity. Now let me insert something parenthetically. I'm not describing the intrinsic worth of the human being, but the economic value of their output as it is in economic terms. Continuing with Dr. Friedman. The consequences of the minimum wage laws have been almost wholly bad. We've increased unemployment and increased poverty. The effects have been concentrated on the groups that the well-intentioned would most like to help. The people who have been hurt most by the minimum wage laws are the low-income and minority workers. It is the most anti-minority law on the books in its effect. Dr. Friedman says there's absolutely no positive objective achieved by the minimum wage law. Now that's disturbing, and you may disagree with Dr. Friedman vehemently. You may say, how dare you, Representative Gardner, go down and say such outrageous things. Before you do, lest you do, let me assure you, I care deeply about our citizens who are unemployed, who are stuck in low-wage positions. It is about growing the economy, increasing skills, giving opportunity. But the economic fact, and facts are stubborn things, that is, by setting the floor, you will lock out a group of low-skilled individuals from an opportunity to enter the workforce, improve their skills, make a better living, and find their way up out of poverty. This amendment speaks to that, and for that reason, I would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, is there objection taken to voice vote? Okay, there is. Although the question for the House is the amendment LZ, the adoption of Amendment L008. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representatives Conti, Court, Everett, Pabon, Priola, Rosenthal, Salazar, and Scott. Representative Conti and Scott. Close the machine. With 58 aye votes, 5 no votes, 2 excused, and 0 absent, Amendment L008 is adopted. Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Amendment 013 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have a picture, but I do have a little story. The last time we raised the minimum wage, I was actually driving through a drive-through, I won't mention any names, and I got up to the window where I got my food, and there was a young man working there. He was in high school, and I asked him, how is that minimum wage working out for you, raising it? And he said, well, let me tell you something. They're going to raise our prices, and 2 of us are being laid off. At which point I thought, you are brilliant, you're in high school, and you get it. Maybe you should go run for president. And maybe he will someday. So this amendment is very confusing. It will increase unemployment for young people. I contend it will increase, if we do this, it will increase unemployment for all people. But as we've heard today, most of the people who do work at or below minimum wage are our young people. They're teenagers trying to put themselves through, well, a little older than teenage, through college. They're high schoolers trying to buy fancy clothes. And I would ask for a yes vote.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And actually, Representative Landgraf, I'm just wondering, where did you get the numbers to support this amendment? And I need a little more clarification on what you're doing with this February 14 and yeah.
Is there further discussion? Hold on. I only get to speak twice, Representative Melton, so why don't you hold your... Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The U.S. Department of Labor's website talks about the youth employment rate, and the percentage of people based on their ages who will be unemployed if we increase the minimum wage.
Okay, Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I asked for a no vote because honestly, I don't understand this amendment. I'm sorry, I just don't understand the amendment. I didn't really get quite where you're getting these numbers. I don't think that this is factual data, so I would ask for a no vote.
Is there further discussion? Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And actually, this data is from a federal resource that says in February of 2014, the unemployment rate for 16 to 19-year-olds was 24%.
Is it the federal resource?
And for 21 to 24-year-olds, it was 61.9%. I think that demonstrates that our economy is not recovering, and the fact that we're discussing the idea that a minimum wage increase is a good idea is not timed well as we look across the economy and recognize that jobs are not being produced. When we talk about the unemployment rate for youth, what we're talking about is those first job seekers, the kids who come into the market and they have no job experience. This is where they get their first taste of showing up on time, being respectful, doing what's asked of them in a job setting, and making sure that they do it on a consistent basis. Because when you get into the workforce, just showing up doesn't do it. That participation ribbon that you earned for being on a soccer team, that really doesn't cut it with your employer. You actually have to show up, you have to be productive, you have to learn, and you have to demonstrate that you have a desire to improve yourself and improve your productivity every day. And a minimum wage is a starting salary. It's almost a training salary. It's an opportunity for that employer to take a chance on a new employee, someone that they are gambling on, that they're going to actually show up and do the work that's put before them. And when you have to make a choice between paying someone new a higher wage or maybe giving a current employee that same wage or maybe a little bit more and asking them to do a little bit more, a lot of employees are going to choose to incentivize their current employee and not hire a new person at that newly raised minimum wage rate. So what we're just saying with this amendment is that by raising the minimum wage, the effects are going to be felt on those, especially by the youth, the untried and the untrained who have the lowest productivity. It's going to interfere with a youth ability to gain work experience and move on to higher paying jobs later. The reality is most people with a family of 4 are not working minimum wage jobs. There are minimum wage workers in those families, but this wage was never meant to be something that would sustain a family of 4 or more. This was supposed to be a starting training salary. And when you change it arbitrarily, to make a political statement or so that you make yourself feel good, what it will actually do is inhibit a company's ability to hire those young workers, to give them the opportunity to learn what work is all about showing up on time and being productive. So I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Kraft-Hart.
Thank you, members. So I can help explain this data for you. This is on the Office of Disability Employment Policy, and what it shows is the youth employment rate for February 2014. So in fact, the youth employment rate for youth 20 to 24 is 61%. 61% of the youth in February 2014 are employed. Or the other number I think that they use is 16 to 19, 24.1%. That's youth with no disability. So I'm not sure how this pertains to this resolution, but if you wanted to look up that data, that's where you could find this data.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I would like to add to the facts and statistics relative to teenage workers, relative to minimum wage. And these are very accurate numbers. And those numbers say that the vast majority of minimum wage workers are not teenagers. Nearly 90% of the minimum wage workers are 20 years or older. And the average age of a minimum wage worker is 35 years old. More than a third, 35.8%, are married. So there are lots of families that are minimum wage workers. And over a quarter, 28%, are parents. That's why 21 million children will have at least one parent whose pay will go up as a result of the passage of new minimum wage legislation. Now, if you're concerned that the current minimum wage is actually adding to the unemployment rate for teenagers, that sounds to me like you want to lower the minimum wage, which would be an economic disaster based on all of the information that we see, including the budget office, the Congressional Budget Office. So I ask for a no vote on this resolution.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I withdraw my amendment.
Okay, the amendment was withdrawn. We are back to the resolution. Hold on 1 second. Just looking at time speaking and all that. Get it up. Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the fact that we're back to the resolution finally, because now I have an opportunity to address some of the statements that Representative McNulty made earlier in this debate. And I want to go back to this whole concept of the fact that in Colorado, we have continued to see year after year the gap between rich and poor widen in this state. And when we think about Colorado state budget and the amount of money that we give in government assistance to those that are low income, can you imagine what it would do for our state's budget if we eliminated poverty and increased the minimum wage? Could you imagine what it would do to our state's budget if we were able to take children out of poverty and truly give economic opportunity and economic security to all? I want to remind you that even in a state like Colorado, there was a study done from 2009 to 2011 that the wealthiest 1% in Colorado accounted for essentially all of the income growth. And members, this issue is about poverty. It is about children that are in poverty. We've talked a lot about the Congressional Budget Office, and the Congressional Budget Office estimates that 900,000 people would be pulled out of poverty if we were able to raise the minimum wage. Today we had members here from NFIB who routinely advocate for lower business taxes. Can you imagine what we would be able to do if we were able to eliminate poverty, eliminate those dollars that are going to low-income families in the form of government assistance? Perhaps we could give relief on business personal property tax. Perhaps we could give more dollars to economic development for small businesses. Perhaps we could use money in ways to really incentivize the private sector to create more jobs in Colorado. But this conversation is about poverty. It is about the growing gap between the rich and the poor and how we give Coloradans, regardless of what area they're from and regardless of their background, an opportunity to succeed. I hope you vote in favor of this resolution.
Representative McNulty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, facts are stubborn things. You just can't get away from them. Amendments were offered today that would have helped bring clarity to this resolution, to help shed a light on how many people would be adversely affected if Congress were to act in the way that the resolution currently proposes. Jobs will be lost. Families will be without income simply because you want to provide this charge to the United States Congress. So to that question, Representative Moreno, I ask, what will you tell your constituents who lose their job should the minimum wage be increased? Representative Melton, what will you tell yours? The single mother who loses her job because, as we know, higher costs lead to fewer jobs. And though in these four walls we can ignore sometimes everything that's happening outside, the one thing that we can't ignore is the effect that our actions, even if it be something as simple as what the Speaker has oft described as a letter to Santa Claus, the effect that that has. Real people are hurt. Real families are affected. So when we cast our vote on this resolution, what will you tell that constituent who loses his job, who loses her job? What will you tell that person? Will you be honest with them and say, I did my part. I had a hand in you being let go. I had a hand in you losing your job. Or will you simply blame it on the United States Congress? Will you say that you lost your job so that we could spread things out a little bit further? That you can no longer provide for your son, your daughter, your family? What will you tell them? The effects are real. The effects are immutable. They will happen, and no matter how you want to pretend that somehow everything comes out differently, higher costs, fewer jobs, families are affected, mothers, fathers, affected all, and affected because you have made it more difficult for job creators to create jobs and for employees to find employment. I ask for a no vote on House Joint Resolution 1012.
Representative Waller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, members, it just seems incredibly disingenuous to me that we would be down here talking about this resolution where one side, the majority party, is bringing up facts from the Congressional Budget Office that absolutely belong in this resolution. 900,000 people are going to be brought out of poverty if we bring this resolution forward, or if the minimum wage rate is raised. We heard that touted over and over and over again in this assembly. Well, we brought a resolution, also factually accurate, that said, maybe it's accurate, maybe that is going to happen, 900,000 people are going to be brought out of poverty as a result of this, but the Congressional Budget Office is also saying over 500,000 people are going to lose their jobs if this rate is raised to $10.10 per hour. 500,000 people are going to lose their jobs. If we raise the minimum wage to $10.10 an hour, members, what is the harm? If we're putting factual data in this resolution from the Congressional Budget Office, what is the harm in putting all the accurate factual data in this resolution from the Congressional Budget Office? It makes absolutely no sense to me that we would just rely on one set of data from the Congressional Budget Office and not all of the data from the Congressional Budget Office. But members, that's not even my most significant concern with this resolution today. Here we are, once again, in a circumstance where the majority party in the state of Colorado is once again telling Colorado citizens how to live their lives. Once again, sitting on your high perch up here in Denver saying, you know what, small business owner in Durango, Colorado, we know better how to operate your business than you do. Once again, sitting on the high perch here in Denver, Colorado, telling the small business owner in Montrose, we know better how to operate your business than you do. When are we going to learn the lesson, members? When are we going to learn the lesson that we need to learn? And that is, citizens in this state are perfectly competent and capable of living their lives without interference from you. It completely defies logic to me that we bring an amendment to this resolution that says, factually accurately by the way, that 57% of small business owners or 54% of small business owners are saying, if you raise this rate, the federal level to $10.10 an hour, we will lay people off. Why on earth would we not listen to those small business owners? Wait, I know why. Because we, sitting on our high perch here in Denver, Colorado, know better how to live their lives than they do. We know better how small business owners should operate their businesses than they do. Members, This resolution is an absolute no-brainer. We should leave small business owners and those they employ alone. We should leave small business owners and the people they employ left to make their decisions on their own. Small business owners are the engine that drives our economy, and they're the engine that is going to bring us back to economic prosperity once again. This resolution, if implemented, would do nothing more than to stall the economic recovery we have going right now. Why do I say that? Because I believe small business owners in the state of Colorado and across America know better how to run their businesses than you do.
Representative Lebsack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't come down to the well often, but I'd like to answer the question, what are you going to tell your constituents? I wasn't elected by the people of Denver. I was elected by the people of Federal Heights, North Glen, and Thornton, up in Adams County. And folks in Thornton, North Glen, and Federal Heights can't live off of $7.50 an hour. While one of my colleagues was speaking, I wanted to make sure I got the facts right, wanted to make sure the math was right, and so I times 40 hours a week, and rounded up that $7.25 an hour to $8 an hour, and that worked out to be $320 a week. Members, can you live off of $320 a week? My constituents can't. My constituents want me to fight down here in this well for their right to make a living wage. We can't live off of $320 a week, ladies and gentlemen. That's $1,280 a month. You can't make a rent payment with that. When are we going to stand up for the people? I'm going to stand up for my constituents right now and say that we cannot live off of $7.25 an hour. And so to answer the question earlier, what are you going to tell your constituents? I'm going to tell my constituents that I fought for them down here at the Capitol, fought for their right for a living wage so that they could feed their family, pay the mortgage, pay the rent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it was observed that I had not thrown my pen this morning, and so...
That, no applause.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker, for stirring the House to disorder. Seriously, Representative Lebsack, you and I had the conversation in the back of the chamber. Let me respond to you. We address two different things. I do not argue that anyone could support their family on $7.25 an hour. And if it were as simple to raise it to $100 an hour rather than $10.10 an hour, and then everybody would be good, then I would have joined in this resolution, and in fact, I would have introduced legislation to raise the minimum wage in Colorado, and we would have done that. But legislators, and I suspect I'm no exception, legislators the world over, Denver, Washington, and other countries throughout the world, are filled with hubris. Filled with hubris because we enact laws and we repeal laws, and so we think we can do a lot of things. Well, there are laws that exist that existed long before us, laws of physics. We can't repeal the law of gravity. We'd like to try. We can't turn back the clock. We can't do a lot of things. One of the things that we cannot repeal are the laws of economics. Now, we can argue about those a lot, but we cannot repeal them. And the laws of economics dictate that an increase in a minimum wage will do certain things. Now, it will raise the wages of some workers, Representative Lebsack. But if it's hard to raise your family on 7 1/4, and maybe you're the second or hopefully the second or third wage earner in the family, if it's hard to do it on 7 1/4, it's harder to do it without 7 1/4. So if you're the second wage earner and you're without that job, you're one of the 500 to 1,000 to 1 million people that lost your job because of the increase in the minimum wage. The increase will have done you no favor. The Congressional Budget Office study says increasing the minimum wage reduces employment in 2 ways. Reduction in employment means no income. We have had a spirited debate and we have covered everything, but I want to close by quoting from the study. First, higher wages increase the cost of employers producing goods and services. Higher prices in turn lead consumers to purchase fewer of the goods and services. The employers consequently produce fewer goods and services, so they hire fewer workers. That is known as a scale effect, and it reduces employment among both low-wage workers and higher-wage workers. The increase in minimum wage, while it feels good, the laws of economics dictate that you will damage many, many people. Second, a minimum wage increase raises the cost of low-wage workers relative to other inputs that employers use. Other things to produce goods and services, such as machines, technology, and more productive, higher-wage workers. Employers will respond, and technology will respond. It is hubris. It is feel-good hubris, but nevertheless hubris, to believe that by raising the minimum wage, we will escape the laws of economics that dictate that people will be put out of work. And by the way, I've heard no one say, oh, no one's going to lose their job because of this. Maybe they'll come up and say it now. But I would suggest to you, no economist of his or her salt, liberal or conservative, would look you in the eye and say that some jobs will not be lost. They inevitably will. That is why I am opposed to this resolution. It would feel good. I care deeply about the same people you do, Representative Lebsack. But we will do them no favor by mandating a minimum wage and putting a good large number of your constituents and mine out of work. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am a small business owner, and you guys know that. I want to counter something that the minority leader had said about small business. But first, I want to keep it real. That's why I want to talk about Christmas Carol and Scrooge and what we learned from that lesson, which is just because you're hoarding your money doesn't mean that you're going to have workers who work better. And as a matter of fact, the vast majority of small business owners
don't pay their employees minimum wage. Why is that? In fact, it's 85%. 85% of small business owners pay more than minimum wage. And this is the reason why, because it's an economic issue. Because small business owners, they know that you pay an employee a higher wage, they stick around. It reduces turnover. It increases employee productivity, commitment, and loyalty. We know that in my firm. We have some employees that we could pay minimum wage to, but we don't. We pay them multiple times the amount of minimum wage because they're really good employees. In fact, we never started them off as minimum wage. We know that paying our employees a good wage means that they don't have to go look for a second or third job. Imagine that economics. It means that because they're not working a second or third job, and they're only working one job, they don't come to work tired the next day because they're tuckered out of having to work a second or third job. Imagine that, keeping it real. The fact is, Representative Waller, is that small business owners already know. They already know what to pay their employees. They know that if you pay them a good wage, yeah, they do. And that's why raising the minimum wage isn't going to hurt at all. And you know what happened? The last time we raised the minimum wage, we had this Chicken Little attitude last time too. The sky is falling. The sky is going to fall and all this stuff is going to happen. Employers are going to go out of business. Employees are going to lose their jobs. Guess what didn't happen? We already have an indicator because we've raised the minimum wage.
What's it say?
It says, "Hi, Representative Giroux, love you so much. Your friend Dan." The fact is that we already have this played out in U.S. history. The fact is that minimum wage has been raised and the sky did not fall. Imagine that. Representative Waller, we're not trying to tell small businesses how to run their jobs. We're not against small businesses at all. We're for paying workers. We're for making sure that they have livable wage. With that, I ask for a yes vote on this resolution.
Representative Waller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Salazar, thank you for proving my very point. 85% of businesses out there are paying more than the minimum wage. 85% of small businesses out there, or 100% of small businesses out there, know how to run their business and don't need government to tell them how to do it. That's the whole point of this. Representative Salazar, we don't need you to tell small business owners how to run their businesses. You said it, if small business owners want to have good employees, they will pay them the wage that they need to be paid, Representative Salazar. Representative Salazar, small business owners out there know if they don't have the money to pay a higher wage, they will pay less than that, Representative Salazar. We don't need to be in the lives of Colorado citizens to this degree. Leave these small business owners free to run their businesses how they see fit. They don't need you to tell them how to do it. You said it. Your very own office pays higher than the minimum wage. Government doesn't need to tell you how to do that. We need to leave small business owners free to make these choices. You know, sometimes, small business owners out there want to pay a higher wage to their employees, but they can't afford to. They want to pay a higher wage to their employees, and sometimes they do that at the expense of putting food on their own table. But you know what? It's not up to us sitting on the high perch here in Denver, Colorado, to tell that small business owner in Montrose how to run their business. It's not up to us to do that. Representative Salazar, you said, we raised the minimum wage years ago and the sky didn't fall. The sky may not have fallen, but inflation has certainly gone up, Representative Salazar. It's there. We have seen that. I remember paying $1 for a gallon of gasoline, Representative Salazar. I pay about $4 for that now. That's inflation, and you can't deny that raising the minimum wage is a factor that contributes to inflation. Members, we don't need to tell small business owners and their employees how to live their lives. We should leave them free to do that on their own. They are the economic engine that drives our economy, and they need to be left free to bring us out of this recession and restore us to economic prosperity.
Representative Kraft-Tharp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and members, students at the physical therapy program at the School of Medicine, University of Colorado, are very concerned about the minimum wage program, and we want to welcome them, and they're encouraging you. Remember to do your stretches. Thank you.
Representative Kraft-Tharp will be fined $2 for an introduction in the inappropriate time. Representative Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I think we've had about a 5-hour debate here today. What I take from that first is that we have one more very good reason to refer to economics as the dismal science. Members, I may have misspoke earlier, but I'm opposed to this resolution, and let me explain. Let me explain. But I'm sympathetic with the resolution. I'm opposed, first, because I think the process that we did it was flawed. This is no garden variety resolution. It's been done before. We all know it's a contentious debate. And there was really no opportunity for our constituents, any of our constituents, to participate in this debate. And then I felt that there was a very reasonable request to refer it to committee, to allow our constituents to participate, both on the labor and business side, or whoever else wanted to come down and testify. And yet that motion to refer to committee was rejected on a very partisan vote, and so I think the process was flawed. I think there's been good debate on whether or not a higher minimum wage will cost jobs or help people. I think that you could probably argue both sides of that, and I can. We heard a resolution that the Congressional Budget Office said that it would cost 500,000 jobs. We heard various figures on that. The question in my mind is, what happens? What happens to those people that lose their jobs? Do they just simply become unemployed and go on the unemployment rolls? Or do those companies respond to the higher minimum wage by adopting technology that makes the remaining workers more productive and then allows those workers to earn higher wages? And that's why I, to some extent, am sympathetic with this resolution. I think that that's the competitive advantage that this country has, to use our heads, our technological advantages, and make our workers more productive with more effective tools. And I think to some degree, it can be reasonably argued that a higher minimum wage will incentivize that. But I don't think we're talking about saving jobs for low-income people. These are people that are going to have to be skilled and know something about what they're doing to use this higher, more skilled technology that might be developed in response to this. And so If people are determined to stay at the bottom of the economic ladder, they might very well lose their job. Let me close in saying, and we heard a lot of talk about getting people out of poverty. Now, I did pull up an article from the Wall Street Journal, an editorial. Now, I used to be a big fan of the Wall Street Journal. I've actually canceled my subscription, but this article talks about, the headline is Why Unions Want a Higher Minimum Wage. Let me quote from this. And it says, labor contracts that the paper examined used a variety of methods to trigger increases. Basically, unions tie their wages to the minimum wage. So if the minimum wage goes up, union wages go up in the same proportion. And that's why unions are so strongly supportive of a higher minimum wage. But though we're not talking about people in poverty. We're talking about people with good jobs who simply want to see the minimum wage be used to raise their income for union people. But the article does go along and say that minimum wage hikes are beneficial to unions. I'll go a little further. Minimum wage hikes are beneficial to unions in other ways. The increases restrict the ability of businesses to hire low-wage, low-skill workers who might gladly work for lower wages in order to gain experience. Union members thus face less competition from workers who might threaten union jobs. Now, it's language like that that actually made me cancel my subscription to the Wall Street Journal, because they've always been a supporter of open borders and just letting anyone into the country to keep a lot of low-wage people in this country so big businesses can hire people at low wages. That's one of the reasons I terminated my subscription to the Wall Street Journal. So, members, I, for a variety of reasons, will oppose this resolution today, but I'm to some degree sympathetic with it. So, I appreciate your time.
Representative Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be fairly brief, but I felt it was important to come back up after Representative Lebsack talked about the wage, who can live off of that wage of $7.25, or when you round it up. And I just got off the phone with a local business that I have in Sterling.
Hold on one sec, Representative Sonnenberg. Members, we are still sitting as a House. Can you take your side conversations off the floor? Thank you. Please continue, Representative Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and usually what I have to say isn't that important, so
I always think what you have to say is important, Representative Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so I wanted to tell you that actually in rural Colorado, that's not a bad wage for us. Yeah, we'd like more, but we can't afford more. I just got off the phone with a local business in Sterling that hires a small number of employees, but a generous number of employees. And I asked them, I said, so do you start at minimum wage? And he says, yes, we do. And the average wage for this store, taking out management of the employees, is just over $8. I asked him, I said, so what happens if we raise the minimum wage to what the feds had proposed, which roughly is a 25% increase? And so what he said to me was, we have two options. We can either perpetuate the continuing inflation cycle by raising our costs of our services and our products to cover that minimum wage, in which will make you pay more, which means less in your pocket, or we would reevaluate our employee structure and eliminate employees. He says most likely we would do a combination of the two. As I said earlier, As we create this scenario for a one-size-fits-all minimum wage, as I read to you from that study, the impact is that this perpetuates and makes it more difficult and tougher on rural Colorado. So I would urge you to not try and pass a one-size-fits-all resolution that encourages a one-size-fits-all. I would encourage you to vote no on this resolution and allow those people across the state to do what they need to do to provide for their families and to provide that employment for the families that they take care of as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will not use the balance of my time, my 4 minutes and 9 seconds, but I did want to come to the well and say that I appreciate this debate. This is an important debate about the economy and about what it means when we raise the minimum wage. And you've heard me say on multiple occasions, citing various sources, including the Congressional Budget Office, that people will lose their jobs. It was important that we have this debate while the SEIU was here this morning and the National Federation of Independent Business, so that they know where we stand. I, unfortunately, was not able, because I was speaking during here in the well during lunch, to have lunch with the Colorado Springs Regional Business Alliance, some of the members of whom are here on the side. My friend Ray Nunn from Nunn Construction has joined us, and I think of Ray when I think about this because his business creates jobs and employment, but increases in labor cost do not equal greater employment, but rather they increase fewer jobs. That is what I know from representing many small businesses and working with the Regional Business Alliance of Colorado Springs, who I will not introduce, Mr. Chair, but wanted to take note of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
With 2:25 left to go. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of HJR 14-1012 as amended. Mr. Kohler, if you're there, yes, you are. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. We are voting on adoption of the resolution. No further motions, no further amendments. We're voting on the letter to that person. Representatives Conti, McLaughlin, and Scott. Representative Scott. I was waiting to see if you're going to realize that. Oh, he had his doctor's appointment. That's right. Representative Scott excused. Thank you, Representative Abel. Close the machine with 38 aye votes, 24 no votes, 3 excused, and 0 absent. House Joint Resolution 1012, as amended, is passed. Co-sponsors. Close the machine. Members, let me just explain what we are going to do. It is now 2 o'clock exactly. So we will move to morning committees in the afternoon. The morning committees will start in 15 minutes. So 2:15, we will go into morning committees. They will be given an hour and a half, usually the time they have, to do their business, and then the afternoon committees will meet. If a morning committee are not done in an hour and a half, all of the afternoon committees will have to wait until the morning committees are done so that the members in those committees can make it to their afternoon committees. So morning committees, you get an hour and a half. Hopefully you can get done in that time, and then we'll move to afternoon committees. Announcements and introductions. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the Business, Labor, Economic and Workforce Development Committee, House Bill 1289 will be laid over. You do not have a meeting this afternoon based on the current time schedule. Thank you.
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House Local Government Committee, we will also not be meeting. House Bill 1217 will also be laid over.
Representative Ryden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just want to remind you tomorrow is DU Day. Wear your crimson and gold.
Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to recognize members of the Colorado Springs Regional Business Alliance, some of whom are over on the side here and perhaps some in the gallery. Welcome to the Capitol.
Representative Labuda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I used to represent Sheridan, and I received a notice that Sheridan high school students would be here around 10 o'clock today. As I informed Representative Kagan, they are now his, but I never received notice that they arrived. But if you're up there somewhere, welcome.
Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask to be excused tomorrow and have cleared it with the Majority Leader.
Representative Dorr will be excused tomorrow and as long as he would like to be. Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Joint Budget Committee will meet at 2:12.
Representative Tyler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Transportation and Energy Committee will meet today. We will be hearing 103, Senate Bill 14-103 first. And if we have time, we will hear Senate Bill 14-132.
Representative Court.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Finance Committee, we will hear all 3 of our bills, so let's get on over there. Thanks.
Representative McCann.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a reminder to members of Health, Insurance, and Environment, we are meeting in the old Supreme Court chambers today. Plan on a long night.
Representative Sane.
How do I make that motion? Mr. Speaker, I asked for my name to be removed as a co-sponsor HJR 1012.
Representative Sane's name will be removed as a co-sponsor to HJR 1012. We'll miss you on that. Representative Szabo will be replacing Representative Minority Leader DELGROSSO on finance this afternoon, just for today. Seeing no other announcements or introductions, good luck in committees. The House will stand in a brief recess.